no offense. My house is open to you, come see and search. You bastinadoed him, said the barber, I heard his cries not above a minute ago. But pray, replies the caddy, what offense could your master do to me, to oblige me to use him after that rate? Is he in my house? If he is, how came he in, or who could have introduced him? Ah! Wretched caddy, cried the barber, you and your long beard shall never make me believe what you say. What I say I know to be true, your daughter is in love with our master, and gave him a meeting during the time of noon prayers. You, without doubt, have had notice of it. You returned home, and surprised him, and made your slave bastinado him, but this your wicked action shall not pass with impunity, the caliph shall be acquainted with it, and he shall give true and brief justice. Let him come out, deliver him to us immediately, or if you do not, we will go in and take him from you, to your shame. There is no occasion for so many words, replied the caddy, nor to make so great a noise. If what you say is true, go in and find him out, I give you free liberty. Thereupon the barber and my domestics rushed into the house like furies, and looked for me all about. When I heard all that the barber said to the caddy, I sought for a place to hide myself, and could find nothing but a great empty trunk, in which I lay down, and shut it upon me. The barber, after he had searched everywhere, came into the chamber where I was, and opening the trunk, as soon as he saw me, he took it upon his head, and carried it away. He came down a high staircase into a court, which he went through very speedily, and got to the street. While he carried me, the trunk unhappily opened, and I, not being able to endure to be exposed to the view and shouts of the mob that followed us, leapt out into the street with so much haste that I hurt my leg, so as I have been lame ever since. I was not sensible how bad it was at first, and therefore got up quickly to get away from the people, who laughed at me. Nay, I threw handfuls of gold and silver among them, and, whilst they were gathering it up, I made my escape by cross streets and alleys. But the cursed barber, improving the stratagem that I made use of to get away from the mob, followed me close, crying, Stay, sir, why do you run so fast? If you knew how much I am afflicted at the ill treatment you received from the caddy, you who are so generous a person, and to whom I and my friends are so much obliged. Did not I tell you truly that you would expose your life by your obstinate refusal to let me go with you? See now what has happened to you by your own fault, and if I had not resolutely followed you to see whither you went, what would have become of you? Whither do you go then, sir? Stay for me. Thus the wretched barber cried aloud in the streets. It was not enough for him to have occasioned so great a scandal in the quarter of the caddy, but he would have it be known through the whole town. I was in such a rage that I had a great mind to have stayed and cut his throat, but considering that would have perplexed me further, I chose another course, for perceiving that his calling after me exposed me to vast numbers of people, who crowded to the doors or windows, or stopped in the streets, to gaze on me. I entered into a khan or inn, the chamberlain of which knew me, and finding him at the gate, whither the noise had brought him, I prayed him, for the sake of heaven, to hinder that madman from coming in after me. He promised to do so, and was as Good is his word, but not without a great deal of trouble, for the obstinate barber would go in spite of him, and did not retire without calling him 1,000 ill names, and after the chamberlain shut the gate, the barber continued telling the mob what great service he had done me. Thus I rid myself of that troublesome fellow. After that the chamberlain prayed me to tell him my adventure, which I did, and then desired him to let me have an apartment until I was cured. But, sir, says he, would it not be more convenient for you to go home? I will not return thither, said I, for the detestable barber will continue plaguing me there, and I shall die of vexation to be continually teased with him. Besides, after what has befallen me today, I cannot think of staying any longer in this town. I must go whither my ill fortune leads me. And actually, when I was cured, I took all the money I thought necessary for my travels, and divided the remainder of my estate among my kindred. Thus, gentlemen, I left Baghdad, and came hither. I had ground to hope that I should not meet this pernicious barber in a country so far from my own, and yet I found him amongst you. Do not be surprised, then, at my haste to be gone. You may easily judge how disgusting to me the sight of a man is who was the occasion of my lameness, and of my being reduced to the melancholy necessity of living at so great a distance from my kindred, friends, and country. When the lame young man had spoken these words, he rose, and went out. The master of the house conducted him to the gate, and told him he was sorry that he had given him, though innocently, so great a subject of mortification. When the young man was gone, continued the tailor, we were all astonished at the story, and turning to the barber, told him he was very much in the wrong, if what we had just now heard was true. Gentlemen, answered he, raising up his head, which till then he had held down, my silence during the young man's discourse is enough to testify that he advanced nothing but what was really true, but, notwithstanding all that he has said to you, I maintain that I ought to have done what I did. I leave yourselves to be judges of it. Did not he throw himself into danger, and could he have come off so well without my assistance? He was too happy to escape with a lame leg. Did not I expose myself to a greater danger in getting him out of a house where I thought he was ill-treated? Has he any reason to complain of me? And to give me so many bad words? This is what one gets by serving unthankful people. He accuses me of being a prattling fellow, which is a mere slander. Of 7 brothers, I am he who speaks the least, and have most wit for my share, and, to convince you of it, gentlemen, I need only tell my own story and theirs. Honor me, I beseech you, with your attention. The story of the barber. In the reign of the Caliph Mustansir Billah, footnote, he was raised to this dignity in the year of the Hijra 623, and Anno Dam, 1226, and was the 36th Caliph of the race of the Abbasides. Continued he, a prince famous for his vast liberality towards the poor. 10 highwaymen infested the roads about Baghdad, who had for a long time committed unheard of robberies and cruelties. The Caliph, having notice of this, sent for the judge of the police some days before the feast of Bahram, and ordered him, on pain of death, to bring all the 10 to him. The judge of the police, continued the barber, used so much diligence, and sent so many people in pursuit of the 10 robbers, that they were taken on the day of Bairam. I was then walking on the banks of the Tigris, and saw 10 men, richly apparelled, go into a boat. I might have known they were robbers, had I observed the guards that were with them, but I looked only to them, and thinking they were people who had a mind to spend the festival day in jollity, I entered the boat with them, without saying one word, in hopes they would allow me to be one of the company. We went down the Tigris, and landed before the Caliph's palace, and I then had time to consider with myself, and to find out my mistake. When we came out of the boat, we were surrounded by a new troop of the judge of the police's guard, who tied us all, and carried us before the Caliph. I suffered myself to be tied as well as the rest, without speaking one word, for to what purpose should I have spoken, or made any resistance? That would have been the way to have been ill-treated by the guards, who would not have listened to me, for they are brutish fellows, who will hear no reason. I was with the robbers, which was sufficient to make them believe me to be one. When we came before the Caliph, he ordered the 10 highwaymen's heads to be cut off immediately. The executioner drew us up in a file within the reach of his arm, and by good fortune I was the last. He cut off the heads of the 10 highwaymen, beginning with the first, and when he came to me he stopped. The Caliph, perceiving that he did not meddle with me, grew angry. Did not I command thee, said he, to cut off the heads of 10 highwaymen? Why, then, hast thou cut off but 9? Commander of the faithful, said he, heaven preserve me from disobeying your majesty's orders. Here are 10 corpses upon the ground, and as many heads, which I cut off, your majesty may count them. When the Caliph saw himself that what the executioner said was true, he looked upon me with astonishment, and, perceiving that I had not the face of a highwayman, said to me, Good old man, how came you to be among those wretches, who have deserved 1,000 deaths? I answered, Commander of the faithful, I shall make a true confession. This morning I saw those 10 persons, whose unhappy fate is a proof of your majesty's justice, take boat, and I embarked with them, thinking they were men going to an entertainment to celebrate this day, which is the most remarkable in our religion. The Caliph, who could not forbear laughing at my adventure, instead of treating me as a prattling fellow, as the lame young man did, admired my discretion and constant silence. Commander of the faithful, said I, your majesty need not wonder at my keeping silence on such an occasion, which would have made another apt to speak. I make a particular profession of holding my peace, and on that account I have acquired the title of silent. Thus I am called, to distinguish me from my 6 brothers. This is the effect of my philosophy, and, in a word, in this virtue consists my glory and happiness. I am very glad, said the Caliph, smiling, that they gave you a title which you so well deserve, and know how to make such good use of. But tell me what sort of men your brothers are. Were they like you? By no means, said I, they were all of them given to prating, one more than another, and as to their persons, there was still a greater difference betwixt them and me. The first was humpbacked, the second had rotten teeth, the third had but one eye, the fourth was blind, the fifth had his ears cut, and the sixth had hare lips. They had such adventures as would inform you of their characters, had I the honor of telling them to your majesty. Accordingly, the caliph, expressing a desire to hear a relation of their stories, I began. Thus, the story of the barber's eldest brother. Sir, said I, my eldest brother, whose name was Bakbuk the Humpback, was a tailor by trade. When his apprenticeship expired, he hired a shop just opposite a mill, and, having but very little business, could scarcely maintain himself. The miller, on the contrary, was wealthy, and had a very handsome wife. One day, as my brother was at work in his shop, he lifted up his head, and saw the miller's wife looking out of the window, and was charmed with her beauty. The woman took no notice of him, but shut the window, and came no more to it all that day, while the poor tailor did nothing but lift up his eyes towards the mill. All day long, he pricked his fingers more than once, and his work that day was not very regular. At night, when he was to shut up his shop, he could scarcely tell how to do it, because he still hoped the miller's wife would come to the window once more, but at last he was forced to shut it up, and go home to his little house, where he passed the night in great uneasiness. He rose very early the next morning, and ran to his shop, in hopes of seeing his mistress again, but he was no happier than the day before, for the miller's wife did not appear at the window above. One moment all the day, but that moment made the tailor the most amorous that ever lived. The third day he had some more ground of satisfaction, for the miller's wife cast her eyes upon him by chance, and surprised him as he was gazing at her, of which she presently knew the reason. No sooner did the miller's wife perceive my brother's mind, continued the barber, but, instead of being vexed at it, she resolved to make it her diversion. She looked upon him with a smiling countenance, and my brother looked upon her in the same manner, but his looks were so very whimsical and singular, that the miller's wife was obliged to shut her window, lest her loud laughter should have made him sensible that she only ridiculed him. Poor Bakbuk interpreted her behavior on this occasion to his own advantage, and flattered himself that she had looked upon him with pleasure. The miller's wife resolved to make sport with my brother. She had a piece of very fine stuff, with which she had for a long time designed to make herself a suit. She therefore wrapped it up in a fine embroidered silk handkerchief, and sent it to him by a young slave, who, having been first taught her lesson, came to the tailor's shop, and said, "My mistress gives you her service, and prays you to make her a suit with this stuff according to the pattern. She changes her clothes often, so that her custom will be profitable to you." My brother doubted not but the miller's wife loved him, and therefore concluded that she sent him work so soon after what had passed betwixt them only to signify that she knew his mind, and to convince him that he had obtained her favor. Confirmed in this opinion, my brother charged the slave to tell her mistress that he would lay aside all other work for hers, and that the suit should be ready by next morning. In effect, he labored at it with so much diligence, that he finished it the same day. Next morning, the young slave coming to see if the suit was ready, Bakbuk gave it to her neatly folded up, and said, "I am too anxious to please your mistress to neglect her suit. I would engage her by my diligence to employ no other but myself for the future." The young slave went some steps, as if she had intended to go away, and then coming back, whispered to my brother, I had forgot part of my commission, my mistress charged me to compliment you in her name, and to ask you how you passed the night. For her part, poor woman, she loves you so mightily, that she could not sleep. Tell her, answered my silly brother, that I have so violent a passion for her, that I have not closed my eyes in sleep these 4 nights. After such a compliment from the miller's wife, my brother thought she would not let him languish in expectation of her favor. About a quarter of an hour after, the slave returned to my brother with a piece of satin. My mistress, said she, is very well pleased with her suit, nothing in the world can fit her better, and as it is very fine, she would not wear it without a new petticoat, and she prays you to make her one, as soon as you can, of this piece of satin. It is enough, said Bakbuk, I will do it before I leave my shop, you shall have it in the evening. The miller's wife showed herself often at her window, was very prodigal of her charms, and, to encourage my brother, she feigned to take pleasure in seeing him work. The petticoat was soon made, and the slave came for it, but brought the tailor no money, neither for the trimming he had bought for the suit, nor for his labor. In the meantime, this unfortunate lover, whom they only amused, though he could not perceive it, had eaten nothing all that day, and was under the necessity of borrowing money to purchase himself a supper. Next morning, as soon as it was day, the young slave came to tell him that the miller wanted to speak with him. My mistress, said she, has told him so much good of you, when she showed him your work, that he has a mind you should work also for him. She does it on purpose, that the friendship she designs to form betwixt you and him may make you succeed in what you both equally desire. My brother was easily persuaded, and went to the mill with the slave. The miller received him very kindly, and showed him a piece of cloth, told him he wanted shirts, bid him make 20 of that cloth, and return to him what he should not make use of. My brother, said the barber, had work enough for 5 or 6 days to make 20 shirts for the miller, who afterwards gave him another piece of cloth to make him as many pair of drawers. When they were finished, Bakbuk carried them to the miller, who asked him what he must have for his pains. My brother answered, that he would be content with 20 drams of silver. The miller immediately called the young slave, and bid her bring him his weights, that he might see if his money was right. The slave, who had her lesson, looked upon my brother with an angry countenance, to signify to him that their project would be frustrated if he took any money. He knew her meaning, and refused to take any, though he wanted it so much that he was forced to borrow money to buy the thread with which he sewed the shirts and drawers. When he left the miller, he came to me to borrow money to live on, and told me they did not pay him. I gave him some copper money that I had in my pocket, on which he subsisted for some days. It is true, indeed, he lived upon nothing but broth, nor had he a sufficiency of that. One day he went to the miller, who was busy at his work, and thinking that my brother came for money, he offered him some, but the young slave being present, made him another sign not to take it, with which he complied, and told the miller he did not come for his money, but only to know how he did. The miller thanked him, and gave him an upper garment to make. Bakbuk carried it to him the next day, and when the miller drew out his purse, the young slave gave my brother the usual sign, on which he said to the miller, "Neighbor, there is no haste, we will reckon another time." The poor simpleton then returned again to his shop, with the three terrible distempers of love, hunger, and want of money upon him. The miller's wife was not only avaricious, but very ill-natured. For, not content with having cheated my brother of what was due to him, she provoked her husband to revenge himself upon him for making love to her, which they accomplished thus. The miller invited Bakbuk one night to supper, and, after having entertained him in a very indifferent manner, addressed himself to him in this way, "Brother, it is too late for you to go home. You had better stay here all night," and then he took him to a place in the mill, in which was a bed, where he left him, and went to bed with his wife. About the middle of the night the miller came to my brother, and said, "Neighbor, are you asleep? My mule is ill, and I have a great deal of corn to grind. You will do me a mighty kindness if you will turn the mill in her stead." Bakbuk, to show his good nature, told him that he was ready to do him such a piece of service, if he would first instruct him. The miller then tied him by the middle to the mule's place, and whipping him over the back, cried, "Go, neighbor." "Ho!" said my brother, "why do you beat me?" "It is to make you brisk," said the miller, "for without a whip my mule will not go." Bakbuk was amazed at this sort of treatment, but durst not complain. When he had gone 5 or 6 rounds he would fain have rested, but the miller gave him a dozen of sound lashes, saying, "Courage, neighbor. Do not stop, pray, you must go on without taking your breath, otherwise you will spoil my meal." The miller obliged my brother, continued the barber, thus to turn the mill all night. About break of day he left him, without untying him, and went to his wife's chamber. Bakbuk continued there for some time, and at last the young slave came and untied him. "Ah," said the treacherous wretch, "how my mistress and I bemoaned you. We had no hand in this wicked trick which her husband has put upon you." Unhappy Bakbuk answered her not a word, he was so much fatigued with labor and blows, but creeping to his own house, resolved never more to think on the miller's wife. The telling of this story, said the barber, made the caliph laugh. "Go home," said he to me, "I have ordered something to be given you instead of the good dinner you expected." "Commander of the faithful," said I pray your majesty to stay till I have related the story of my other brothers." The caliph having signified by his silence that he was willing to hear me, I proceeded thus. The story of the barber's second brother. My second brother, who was called Bakbara the Toothless, going one day through the city, met an old woman in an out street, who came to him presently, and said, "I want one word with you, pray stop one moment." He did so, and asked her what she would have. "If you will come along with me," said she, "I will bring you into a stately palace, where you shall see a lady as fair as the day. She will receive you with abundance of pleasure, and give you a treat with excellent wine. I need say no more to you. But is what you say true?" replied my brother. "I am no lying hussy," replied the old woman, "I say nothing to you but what is true. But hark, I have something to ask of you. You must be wise, you must speak but little, and you must be mighty complaisant." Bakbara agreed. To all this, the old woman went before, and he followed after. They came to the gate of a great palace, where there was a great number of officers and domestics. Some of them would have stopped my brother, but no sooner did the old woman speak to them than they let him pass. Then turning to my brother, she said to him, "You must remember that the young lady I bring you to loves good nature and modesty, and cannot endure to be contradicted. If you please her in that, you may be sure to obtain of her what you wish." Bakbara thanked her for this advice, and promised to follow it. She brought him into a fine apartment, which was a great square building, answerable to the magnificence of the palace. There was a gallery round it, and a very fine garden in the middle. The old woman made him sit down upon a sofa very well trimmed, and bid him stay a moment, till she went to tell the young lady of his being come. My brother, who had never been before in such a stately palace, gazed upon the fine things that he saw, and, judging of his good fortune by the magnificence of the palace, he was scarcely able to contain himself for joy. By and by he heard a great noise, occasioned by a troop of merry slaves, who came towards him with loud fits of laughter, and in the middle of them he perceived a young lady of extraordinary beauty, who was easily known to be their mistress by the respect they paid her. Bakbara, who expected private conversation with the lady, was extremely surprised when he saw so much company with her. In the meantime, the slaves put on a grave countenance when they drew near, and when the young lady came up to the sofa, my brother rose up and made her a low bow. She took the upper hand, prayed him to sit down, and with a smiling countenance, said to him, "I am mighty glad to see you, and wish you all the happiness you can desire." "Madam," replied Bakbara, "I cannot desire a greater happiness than to be in your company." "You seem to be of a good humor," said she, "and to have a mind that we should pass the time pleasantly together." She forthwith commanded a collation to be brought, and immediately a table was covered with several baskets of fruit and confections. The lady sat down at the table with the slaves and my brother, and he being placed just over against her, when he opened his mouth to eat, she perceived he had no teeth, and taking notice of it to her slaves, she and they laughed at him heartily. Bakbara, from time to time, lifted up his head to look at her, and perceiving her laugh, thought it was for joy of his company, and flattered himself that she would speedily send away her slaves, and be with him alone. She judged what was his mind, and, pleasing herself to flatter him in his mistake, she gave him abundance of sweet words, and presented him the best of everything with her own hand. The treat being done, they rose from the table, when 10 slaves took musical instruments, and began to play and sing, and others went to dance. My brother, to make them sport, did likewise dance, and the lady danced with them. After they had danced some time, they sat down to take breath, and the young lady, calling for a glass of wine, looked upon my brother with a smiling countenance, to signify that she was going to drink his health. He rose up, and stood while she drank. When she had done, instead of giving back the glass, she ordered it to be filled, and presented it to my brother, that he might pledge her. My brother took the glass from the young lady's hand, which he at the same time kissed, and stood and drank to her, in acknowledgment of the favor she had done him. Then the young lady made him sit down by her, and began to caress him. She put her hand behind his head, and gave him some tips from time to time with her fingers. Ravished with those favors, he thought himself the happiest man in the world, and had a great mind to toy also with the charming lady, but durst not take that liberty before so many slaves, who had their eyes upon him, and laughed at their lady's wanton tricks. The young lady continued to tip him with her fingers, but at last gave him such a sound box on the ear, that he grew angry at it. The color came in his face, and he rose up to sit at a greater distance from such a rude playfellow. Then the old woman who brought him thither gave him a look, to let him know he was in the wrong, and that he had forgot the advice she gave him to be very complaisant. He owned his fault, and, in order to make amends, he went near the young lady again, pretending that he did not go away out of any bad humor. She drew him by the arm, made him sit down by her again, and gave him 1,000 malicious hugs. Her slaves came in for a part of the diversion. One gave poor Bakbara a fillip on the nose with all her strength, another pulled him by the ears, as if she would have plucked them off, and others boxed him so, as might show they were not in jest. My brother suffered all this with admirable patience, affected a gay air, and, looking to the old woman, said to her, with a forced smile, "You told me, indeed, that I should find the lady very good, very pleasant, and very charming. I must own I am mightily obliged to you." "All this is nothing," replied the old woman, "let her go on, you will see another thing by and by." Then the young lady said to him, "Brother, you are a brave man. I am glad to find you are of so good an humor, and so complaisant, as to bear with my little caprices. Your humor is exactly like mine." "Madam," replied Bakbara, who was charmed with this discourse, "I am no more my own man, I am wholly yours. You may dispose of me as you please." "Oh, how you oblige me," said the lady, "by so much submission. I am very well satisfied with you, and will have you to be so with me." "Bring him perfume," said she, "and rose water." Upon this, 2 slaves went out, and returned speedily, one with a silver perfume box, with the best wood aloes, with which she perfumed him, and the other with rose water, which she threw on his hands and face. My brother was quite beside himself at this honorable treatment. After this ceremony, the young lady commanded the slaves, who had already played on their instruments and sung, to renew their concerts. They obeyed, and, in the meantime, the lady called another slave, and ordered her to carry my brother with her, and do what she knew, and bring him back to her again. Bakbara, who heard this order, got up quickly, and going to the old woman, who also rose up to go along with him and the slave, prayed her to tell him what they were to do with him. "My mistress is only curious," replied the old woman softly. "She has a mind to see how you look in a woman's dress, and this slave who has orders to carry you with her, is instructed to paint your eyebrows, to cut off your whiskers, and to dress you like a woman." "You may paint my brows as much as you please," said my brother, "I agree to that because I can wash it off again, but to shave me, you know I must not allow that. How can I appear abroad again without mustachos? Beware of refusing what is asked of you." Said the old woman, you will spoil your affairs, which go on now, as well as heart can wish. The lady loves you, and has a mind to make you happy, and will you, for a nasty whisker, renounce the most delicious favor that man can obtain? Bakbara listened to the old woman, and without saying one word, went to a chamber with the slave where they painted his eyebrows with red, cut off his whisker, and went to do the like with his beard. My brother's patience began to wear out. Oh, said he, I will never part with my beard. The slave told him that it was to no purpose to have parted with his whiskers, if he would not also part with his beard, which could never agree with a woman's dress, and she wondered that a man, who was on the point of enjoying the finest lady in Baghdad, should have any regard to his beard. The old woman threatened him with the loss of the young lady's favor, so that at last he let them do what they would. When he was dressed like a woman, they brought him before the young lady, who laughed so heartily when she saw him, that she fell backward on the sofa where she sat. The slaves laughed and clapped their hands, so that my brother was quite out of countenance. The young lady got up, and still laughing, said to him, after so much complaisance, for me, I should be very much in the wrong not to love you with all my heart, but there is one thing more you must do for me, and that is, to dance as we do. He obeyed, and the young lady and her slaves danced with him, laughing as if they had been mad. After they had danced some time with him, they all fell upon the poor wretch, and did so box and kick him, that he fell down like one out of his senses. The old woman helped him up again, and that he might not have time to think of his ill treatment, she bid him take courage, and whispered in his ear that all his sufferings were at an end, and that he was just about to receive his reward. You have only one thing more to do, and that is but a small one. You must know that my mistress has a custom, when she has drank a little, as you see she has done today, to let nobody that she loves come near her, except they are stripped to their shirt, and when they have done so, she takes a little advantage of them, and sets a running before them through the gallery, and from chamber to chamber, till they catch her. This is one more of her humors. What advantage soever she takes of you, considering your nimbleness, and inclination to the work, you will soon overtake her. Strip yourself, then, to the shirt, and undress yourself without delay. My silly brother, said the barber, had done too much to stick at anything now. He undressed himself, and, in the meantime, the young lady was stripped to her shift and under petticoat, that she might run the more nimbly. When they were ready to run, the young lady took the advantage of 20 paces, and then fell a running with surprising swiftness. My brother followed her as fast as he could, the slaves in the meantime laughing aloud and clapping their hands. The young lady, instead of losing ground, gained upon my brother. She made him run 3 or 4 times round the gallery, and then running into a long dark entry, got away by a passage which she knew. Bakbara, who still followed her, having lost sight of her in the entry, was obliged to slacken his pace, because of the darkness of the place. At last, perceiving a light, he ran towards it, and went out at a door, which was immediately shut upon him. You may imagine he was mightily surprised to find himself in a street inhabited by couriers, and they were no less surprised to see him in his shirt, his eyebrows painted red, and without beard or mustachos. They began to clap their hands and shout at him, some of them even ran after him, and lashed his buttocks with pieces of leather. Then they stopped, and set him upon an ass, which they met by chance, and carried him through the town exposed to the laughter of the people. To complete his misfortune, as he went by the house of a justice of peace, he would needs know the cause of the tumult. The couriers told him, that they saw him come out in that condition at the gate of the apartment of the Grand Vizier's lady, which opened into their street, upon which the justice ordered unfortunate Bakbara to have 100 blows with a cane on the soles of his feet, and sent him out of the town, with orders never to return again. Thus, Commander of the Faithful, said I to the Caliph Monstancer Billah, I have given an account of the adventure of my second brother, who did not know that our greatest ladies divert themselves sometimes by putting such tricks upon young people that are foolish enough to be caught in their snares. The story of the barber's third brother. Commander of the Faithful, said he to the Caliph, my third brother, whose name was Bakbak, was blind, and his ill destiny reduced him to beg from door to door. He had been so long accustomed to walk through the streets alone, that he had no need of one to lead him. He had accustomed to knock at people's doors, and apt to answer till they opened to him. One day he knocked thus at a door, and the master of the house, who was alone, cried, Who is there? My brother gave no answer, and knocked a second time. The master of the house asked again, Who is there? But to no purpose, my brother did not answer, upon which the man of the house came down, opened the door, and asked my brother what he wanted. That you would give me something, for heaven's sake, said Bakbak. You seem to be blind, replied the master of the house. Yes, to my sorrow, said my brother. Give me your hand, said the master of the house. My brother did so, thinking he was going to give him alms, but he only took him by the hand, to lead him up to his chamber. Bakbak thought he had been carrying him to dinner with him, as several other people had done. When they came up to the chamber, the man loosed his hand out of my brother's, and sitting down, asked again what he wanted. I have already told you, said Bakbak, that I want something for God's sake. Good blind man, replied the master of the house, all that I can do for you is to wish that God may restore you your sight. You might have told me that at the door, said my brother, and not have given me the trouble to come up. And why, fool, said the man of the house, do you not answer at first, when people ask you who is there? Why do you give anybody the trouble to come and open the door when they speak to you? What will you do with me, then? Said my brother. I tell you again, said the man of the house, I have nothing to give you. Help me downstairs, then, replied Bakbak, as you helped me up. The stairs are before you, said the man of the house, and you may go down alone if you will. My brother went to go down, but missing a step about the middle of the stairs, he fell down and hurt his head and his back. He got up again with a great deal of difficulty, and complained heavily of the master of the house, who only laughed at his fall. As my brother went out of the house, two blind men, his companions, going by, knew him by his voice, and asked him what was the matter. He told them what had happened to him, and Afterwards said, I have eaten nothing today, I conjure you to go along with me to my house, that I may take some of the money that we three have in common, to buy me something for supper. The two blind men agreed to it, and they went home with him. You must know that the master of the house where my brother was so ill-used, was a highwayman, and naturally cunning and malicious. He heard at his window what Bakbak had said to his companions, and therefore came down and followed them to my brother's house. The blind men being seated, Bakbak said to them, Brethren, we must shut the door, and take care there be no strangers with us. At this the highwayman was much perplexed, but perceiving a rope hanging down from a beam, he caught hold of it and hung by it, while the blind men shut the door, and felt about the room with their sticks. When they had done this, and sat down again in their places, the highwayman left his rope, and sat down softly by my brother, who thinking himself alone with his blind comrades, said to them, Brothers, since you have trusted me with the money, which we all three have gathered a long time, I will show you that I am not unworthy of the trust that you repose in me. The last time we reckoned, you know we had 10,000 drams, and that we put them into 10 bags. I will show you that I have not touched one of them. Having said so, he put his hand among some old lumber, and taking out the bags, one after another, gave them to his comrades, saying, There they are, you may judge by their weight that they are whole, or you may tell them if you please. His comrades answered, There was no occasion. They did not mistrust him, so opened one of the bags, and took out 10 drams, and each of the other blind men did the like. My brother put the bags into their place again, after which one of them said to him, There is no need to lay out anything for supper, for I have got as much provision from good people as will serve us all three. At the same time he took out of his bag bread and cheese, and some fruit, and, putting them all upon the table, they began to eat. The highwayman, who sat at my brother's right hand, picked out the best, and ate with them, but, whatever care he took to make no noise, Bakbak heard his jaws going, and cried out immediately, We are undone. There is a stranger among us. And having said so, he stretched out his hand, and catching hold of the highwayman by the arm, cried out, Thieves! Fell upon him, and boxed him. The other blind men fell upon him in like manner, and the highwayman defended himself as well as he could. But being young and vigorous, and having the advantage of his eyes, he gave furious blows, sometimes to one, sometimes to another, as he could come at them, and cried out, Thieves! Louder than they did. The neighbors came running at the noise, broke open the door, and had much ado to separate the combatants, but having at last done it, they asked the cause of their quarrel. My brother, who still had hold of the highwayman, cried out, Gentlemen, this man I have hold of is a thief, and stole in with us on purpose to rob us of the little money we have. The thief, who shut his eyes as soon as the neighbors came, feigned himself also to be blind, and cried out, Gentlemen, he is a liar. I swear to you by heaven, and by the life of the Caliph, that I am their companion, and they refuse to give me my just share. They have all three fallen upon me, and I demand justice. The neighbors would not meddle with their quarrel, but carried them all before a judge. When they came before the magistrate, the highwayman, without staying to be examined, cried out, still feigning himself to be blind, Sir, since you are deputed to administer justice by the Caliph, whom God prosper, I declare to you that we are equally criminal, my 3 comrades and I, but we have all engaged upon oath to confess nothing unless we be bastinadoed, so that if you would know our crime, you need only order us to be bastinadoed. And begin with me. My brother would have spoken, but was not allowed to do so, and the highwayman was put under the bastinado. The robber, being under the bastinado, had the courage to bear 20 or 30 blows, when, seeming to be overcome with pain he first opened one eye, and then the other, and, crying out for mercy, begged the judge would put a stop to the blows. The judge, perceiving that he looked upon him with his eyes open, was much surprised, and said to him, Rogue, what is the meaning of this miracle? Sir, replied the highwayman, I will discover to you an important secret, if you pardon me, and give me, as a pledge that you will keep your word, the seal ring which you have on your finger. The judge agreed to it, gave him his ring, and promised him pardon. Upon this, said the highwayman, I must confess to you, sir, that I and my 3 comrades do all see very well. We feigned ourselves to be blind, that we might more freely enter people's houses, and into women's apartments, where we abuse their frailty. I must further confess to you, that by this trick we have gained together 10,000 drams. This day I demanded of my partners 2,500 that belonged to me as my share, but they refused, because I told them I would leave them. And they were afraid I should accuse them. Upon pressing still to have my share, they all 3 fell upon me, for the truth of which I appeal to those people who brought us before you. I expect from your justice, that you will make them deliver to me the 2,500 drams which are my due, and if you have a mind to make my comrades confess the truth, you must order them 3 times as many blows as I have had, and you will find they will open their eyes as well as I did. My brother and the other 2 blind men would have cleared themselves of this horrid cheat, but the judge would not hear them. Villains, said he, do you feign yourselves blind then, and under that pretext cheat people, by begging their charity, and abusing poor women? He is a cheat, cried my brother, we take God to witness that none of us can see. All that my brother could say was in vain, his comrades and he received each of them 200 blows. The judge looked always when they should have opened their eyes, and ascribed to their obstinacy what really they could not do. All the while the highwayman said to the blind men, poor fools that you are, open your eyes, and do not suffer yourselves to be killed with blows. Then addressing himself to the judge, said, I perceive, sir, that they will be maliciously obstinate to the last, and will never open their eyes. They have a mind certainly to avoid the shame of reading their own condemnation in the face of every one who looks upon them. It were better, if you think fit, to pardon them, and to send some person along with me for the 10,000 drams they have hid. The judge did so, gave the highwayman 2,500 drams, and kept the rest to himself, and as for my brother and his 2 companions, he thought he showed them a great deal of pity by sentencing them only to be banished. As soon as I heard what befell my brother, I ran after him. He told me his misfortune, and I brought him back secretly to the town. I could easily have justified him to the judge, and have got the highwayman punished as he deserved, but durst not attempt it, for fear of bringing myself into trouble. Thus I finished the sad adventure of my honest blind brother. The Caliph laughed at it, as much as at those he had heard before, and ordered again that something should be given me, but, without staying for it, I began the story of my fourth brother. The story of the barber's fourth brother. Alkuz was the name of my fourth brother, who came to lose one of his eyes upon an occasion that I shall by and by acquaint your Majesty with. He was a butcher by profession, and had a particular way of teaching rams to fight by which he procured the acquaintance and friendship of the chief lords of the country, who loved that sport, and for that end kept rams about their houses. He had, besides, a very good trade, and had his shop always full of the best meat, because he was very rich, and spared no cost for the best of every sort. One day, when he was in his shop, an old man with a long white beard came and bought 6 pounds of meat, gave him money for it, and went his way. My brother thought the money so fine, so white, and so well coined, that he put it apart by itself. The same old man came every day for 5 months together, bought a like quantity of meat, and paid for it in the same sort of money, which my brother continued to lay apart by itself. At the end of 5 months, Alkuz, having a mind to buy some sheep, and to pay for them with this fine money, opened his trunk, but, instead of finding money, was extremely surprised to see nothing but a parcel of leaves clipped round in the place where he had laid it. He beat his head, and cried out aloud, which presently brought the neighbors about him, who were as much surprised as he, when he told them the story. "Oh," cried my brother, weeping, "that this treacherous old fellow would come now, with his hypocritical looks." He had scarce done speaking, when, seeing him coming at a distance, he ran to him, and laid hands on him. "Mussulman," cried he, as loud as he could help, "hear what a cheat this wicked fellow has put upon me," and at the same time told a great crowd of people, who came about him, what he had formerly told his neighbors. When he had done, the old man, without any passion, said to him very gravely, "You would do well to let me go, and by that means make amends for the affront you have put upon me before so many people, for fear I should put a greater affront upon you, which I am not willing to do." "How?" said my brother, "what have you to say against me? I am an honest man in my business, and fear not you nor anybody." "You would have me to tell it then," said the old man, and turning to the people, said, "Know, good people, that this fellow, instead of selling mutton as he ought, sells man's flesh." "You are a cheat," said my brother. "No, no," said the old man, "good people, this very minute that I am speaking, there is a man with his throat cut hung up in his shop like a sheep. Do any of you go thither, and see if what I say be not true." Before my brother had opened his trunk, he had just killed a sheep, dressed it, and exposed it in his shop. According to custom, he protested that what the old man said was false, but notwithstanding all his protestations, the mob, being prejudiced against a man accused of such a heinous crime, would go to see whether the matter was true. They obliged my brother to quit the old man, laid hold of him, and ran like madmen into his shop. where they saw a man murdered and hung up, as the old man had told them, for he was a magician, and deceived the eyes of all people, as he did my brothers, when he made him take leaves instead of money. At this spectacle, one of those who held Alcuz gave him a great blow with his fist, and said to him, Thou wicked villain, dost thou make us eat man's flesh instead of mutton? At the same time the old man gave him another blow, which beat out one of his eyes, and every body that could get near him beat him. And, not content with that, they carried him before a judge with the pretended carcass of the man, to be evidence against him. Sir, said the old magician to the judge, we have brought you a man, who is so barbarous as to murder people, and to sell their flesh instead of mutton. The public expect that you should punish him in an exemplary manner. The judge heard my brother with patience, but would believe nothing of the story of the money exchanged into leaves, called my brother a cheat, told him he would believe his own eyes, and ordered him to have 500 blows. He afterwards made him tell where his money was, took it all from him, and banished him forever, after having made him ride 3 days through the town upon a camel, exposed to the insults of the people. I was not at Baghdad when this tragical adventure befell my fourth brother. He retired into a remote place, where he lay concealed, till he was cured of the blows with which his back was terribly gored. When able to walk, he went by night to a certain town, where nobody knew him, and there he took a lodging, from whence he seldom went out, but, being at last weary of his life, he took a walk into one of the suburbs, where he was suddenly alarmed with the noise of horsemen coming behind him. He was then by chance near the gate of a great house, and fearing, after what had befallen him, that these horsemen were pursuing him, he opened the gate in order to hide himself, and, after shutting it again, he came into a wide court, where 2 servants immediately came and took him by the neck, and said, Heaven be praised that you are come voluntarily to surrender yourself up to us. You have frightened us so much these 3 last nights, that we could not sleep, nor would you have spared our lives, if you could have come at us. You may very well imagine that my brother was much surprised at this compliment. Good people, said he, I know not what you mean, you certainly take me for another. No, no, replied they, you and your comrades are great robbers, you were not contented with robbing our master of all that he had, and thereby reducing him to beggary, but you were also going to take his life. Let us examine whether you have not a knife about you, which you had in your hand when you pursued us last night. Having said this, they searched him, and found that he had a knife. Ho! Ho! Cried they, laying hold of him, and dare you say that you are not a robber? Why, said my brother, cannot a man carry a knife without being a highwayman? If you will be attentive to my story, continued he, instead of having so bad an opinion of me, you will be touched with compassion at my misfortunes. But, far from hearkening to him, they fell upon him, trod him under foot, took away his clothes, and tore his shirt. Then observing the scars on his back, Oh you dog! Cried they, redoubling their blows, would you have us to believe you are an honest man, when your back convinces us to the contrary? Alas! Said my brother, my faults must be very great, since, after having been abused already so Unjustly, I am ill-treated a second time without being more culpable. The two servants, no way moved with his complaint, carried him before the judge, who asked him how he durst be so bold as to go into their house, and pursue them with a drawn knife. Sir, replied poor Alcuz, I am the most innocent man in the world, and am undone if you will not hear me patiently. Nobody deserves more compassion. Sir, replied one of the domestics, will you listen to a robber, who enters people's houses to plunder and murder them? If you will not believe us, only look upon his back. Upon which they showed it to the judge, who, without any other information, immediately commanded 100 lashes to be given him with a bull's pizzle over his shoulders, and caused him afterwards to be carried through the town on a camel, with one crying before him. Thus are such men punished as enter people's houses by force. After treating him thus, they banished him from the town, and forbade him ever to return to it. Some people, who met him after the second misfortune, brought me word where he was, and I went and fetched him to Baghdad privately, and gave him all the assistance I could. The Caliph, continued the barber, did not laugh so much at this story as at the other. He was pleased to bewail the unfortunate Alcuz, and ordered something to be given me. But, without giving his servants time to obey his orders, I continued my discourse, and said to him, My sovereign lord and master, you see that I do not speak much, and since your majesty has been pleased to do me the favor to listen to me so far, I beg you would likewise hear the adventures of my two other brothers. I hope they will be as diverting as those of the former. You may make a complete history of them, which will not be unworthy of your library. I do myself the honor, then, to acquaint you that my fifth brother was called Al-Nashar. The story of the barber's fifth brother. Al-Nashar, as long as our father lived, was very lazy. Instead of working for his living, he used to go a-begging in the evening, and to live upon what he got the next day. Our father died in a very old age, and left among us 700 drams of silver, which we equally divided, so that each of us had 100 to his share. Al-Nashar, who never had so much money before in his possession, was very much perplexed to know what he should do with it. He consulted a long time with himself, and at last resolved to lay it out in glasses, bottles, and other glass work, which he bought of a great merchant. He put them all in an open basket, and chose a very little shop, where he sat with the basket before him, and his back against the wall, expecting that somebody would come and buy his ware. In this posture he sat with his eyes fixed on his basket, and beginning to rave, spoke the following words loud enough to be heard by a neighbor tailor. This basket, said he, cost me 100 drams, which are all I have in the world. I shall make 200 of it by retailing my glass, and of these 200 drams, which I will again lay out in glass, I shall make 400, and, going on thus, I shall make at last make 4,000 drams. Of 4,000 I shall easily make 8,000, and when I come to 10,000, I will leave off selling glass, turn jeweler and trade in diamonds, pearls, and all sorts of precious stones. Then, when I am as rich as I can wish, I will buy a fine house, a great estate, slaves, eunuchs, and horses. I will keep a good house, make a great figure in the world, and will send for all the musicians and dancers of both sexes in town. Nor will I stop. Here, I will, by the favor of heaven, go on till I get 100,000 drams, and when I have got so much, I will think myself as great as a prince, send to demand the Grand Vizier's daughter in marriage, and represent to that minister that I have heard very much of the wonderful beauty, modesty, wit, and all the other qualities of his daughter, in a word, that I will give him 1,000 pieces of gold the first night we are married, and if the vizier be so uncivil as to refuse his daughter, which cannot be, I will go and take her before his face, and carry her to my house, whether he will or no. As soon as I have married the Grand Vizier's daughter, I will buy her 10 young black eunuchs, the handsomest that can be had. I will clothe myself like a prince, and ride upon a fine horse, with a saddle of rich gold, and housings of cloth, of gold, elegantly embroidered with diamonds and pearls. I will march through the city, attended both before and behind, and I will go to the vizier's palace, in the view of all sorts of people, who will show me profound reverence. When I alight at the foot of the vizier's staircase, I will ascend it in the presence of all my people, ranged in files on the right and left, and the Grand Vizier, receiving me as his son-in-law, shall give me his right hand, and set me above him, to do me the more honor. If this comes to pass, as I hope it will, 2 of my people shall have each of them a purse of 1,000 pieces of gold, which they shall carry with them. I will take one, and presenting it to the Grand Vizier, will tell him, there are the 1,000 pieces that I promised the first night of marriage, and I will offer him the other, and say to him, there are as many more, to show you that I am a man of my word, and that I am better than my promise. After such an action as this, all the world will speak of my generosity, and I will return to my own house in the same pomp. My wife shall send to compliment me by some officer, on account of the visit I made to her father. I will honor the officer with a fine robe, and send him back with a rich present. If she thinks to send me one, I will not accept of it, but dismiss the bearer. I will not suffer her to go out of her apartment, on any account whatever, without giving me notice, and when I have a mind to go to her apartment, it shall be in such a manner as to make her respect me. In short, no house shall be better ordered than mine. I shall be always richly clad. When I retire with my wife in the evening, I will sit on the upper hand, I will assume a grave air, without turning my head to the one side or to the other. I will speak little, and whilst my wife, as beautiful as the full moon, stands before me in all her ornaments, will feign as if I did not notice her. The women about her will say to me, our dear lord and master, here is your spouse, your humble servant, before you. She expects you will caress her, and is very much mortified that you do not so much as vouchsafe to look upon her. She is wearied with standing so long. Bid her at least sit down. I will give no answer to this discourse, which will increase their surprise and grief. They will lay themselves at my feet, and, after they have done so a considerable time, begging me to relent, I will at last lift up my head, and give her a careless look. Afterwards I will return to my former posture, and then will they think that my wife is not well enough, nor handsome enough dressed, and will take her to her closet to change her apparel. At the same time I will get up and put on a more magnificent suit than before, they will return and hold the discourse with me as before, and I shall have the pleasure not so much as to look upon my wife, till they have prayed and entreated as long as they did at first. Thus I will begin, on the first day of marriage, to teach her what she is to expect during the rest of her life. After the ceremonies of the marriage are over, said Al-Nashar, I will take from one of my servants, who shall be about me, a purse of 500 pieces of gold, which I will give to the Tyre women, that they may leave me alone with my spouse. When they are retired, my wife shall go to bed first, and then I will lie down beside her, with my back towards her, and will not speak even one word to her the whole night. The next morning she will certainly complain of my contempt of her, and of my pride, to her mother, the Grand Vizier's wife, which will rejoice me extremely. Her mother will then wait upon me, respectfully kiss my hands, and say to me, Sir, for she will not dare to call me her son-in-law, for fear of provoking me by such familiarity. I pray you not to disdain my daughter, by refusing to approach her. I assure you that her chief study is to please you, and that she loves you with all her heart. But my mother-in-law might as well hold her peace. I will not make her the least answer, but keep my gravity. Then she will prostrate herself at my feet, kiss them, and say to me, Sir, is it possible that you can suspect my daughter's chastity? I assure you that I never let her go out of my sight. You are the first man that ever saw her face. Do not then mortify her so much. Do her the favor to look upon her, too. Speak to her, and confirm her in her good intentions to satisfy you in everything. But nothing of this shall prevail, upon which my mother-in-law will take a glass of wine, and, putting it into the hand of her daughter, will say, Go, present him with this glass of wine yourself. Perhaps he will not be so cruel as to refuse it from so fair a hand. My wife will come with the glass, and stand trembling before me, and when she finds that I do not look towards her, and that I continue my disdain, she will say to me, with tears in her eyes, My heart, my dear soul, my amiable Lord, I conjure you, by the favors which heaven bestows upon you, to receive this glass of wine from the hand of your most humble servant. But I will not look upon her still, nor answer her, my charming spouse. She will then say, redoubling her tears, and putting the glass to my mouth, I will never leave off till I prevail with you to drink. Then, being fatigued with her entreaties, I will dart a terrible look at her, give her a good box on the cheek, and such a kick with my foot, as will throw her quite off the alcove. My brother was so full of these chimerical visions, that he acted with his foot as if she had been really before him, and unfortunately gave such a push against the basket and glasses that they were thrown down in the street, and broken in 1,000 pieces. A tailor, who was his neighbor, and who had heard his extravagant discourse, fell into a fit of laughter when he saw the basket fall. Oh, what an unworthy fellow art thou! Said he to my brother, ought you not to be ashamed to abuse thus a young spouse, who gave you no cause to complain? You must be a very brutish fellow to despise the tears and charms of such a beautiful lady. Were I the vizier your father-in-law, I would order you 100 lashes with a bull's pizzle, and send you through the town with your character written on your forehead. My brother, on this fatal accident, came to himself, and perceiving that he had brought this misfortune upon himself by his unsupportable pride, beat his face, tore his clothes, and cried so loud, that the neighbors came about him, and the people who were going to their noon prayers stopped to know what was the matter. It being on a Friday, a greater number of people was going to prayers than usual. Some of them took pity on Al-Nashar, while others only laughed at his extravagance. In the meantime, his vanity being dispersed, as well as his glasses, he bitterly lamented his loss, and a lady of distinction passing by on a mule with rich caparisons, my brother's condition excited her compassion. She asked who he was, and what was the matter with him. They told her that he was a poor man, who had laid out a little money in buying a basket of glasses, and that the basket falling, all his glasses were broken. The lady immediately turned to an eunuch who attended her, and said to him, "Give the poor man what money you have about you." The eunuch obeying, put into my brother's hand 500 pieces of gold. Al-Nashar was transported with excess of joy on receiving them. He bestowed 1,000 blessings upon the lady, and shutting up his shop, where he had no longer occasion to sit, he returned to his house. Whilst he was seriously reflecting upon his good fortune, he heard a knocking at the door, but, before he opened it, he thought it prudent first to inquire who it was. When knowing it to be a woman by her voice, he instantly admitted her. "My son," said she, "I have a favor to beg of you. The hour of prayer is come. Be pleased, therefore, to let me wash myself, that I may be fit to say my prayers." My brother looked at her, and saw that she was a woman far advanced in years. Though he knew her not, he granted what she required, and then sat down again, being still full of his new adventure. He put his gold into a long straight purse, proper to carry at his girdle. The old woman, in the mean time, said her prayers, and, when she had done, came to my brother, and bowed twice to the ground, so low that she almost touched it with her forehead. Then raising herself up, she wished my brother all manner of happiness, and thanked him for his civility. Being meanly clad, and very humble to him, he thought. She asked alms, upon which he offered her 2 pieces of gold. The old woman stepped back in a sort of surprise, as if my brother had done her an injury. "Heavens!" said she, "what is the meaning of this? Is it possible, sir," said she, "that you take me for an impudent beggar? Did you think I came so boldly into your house to ask alms? Take back your money. I have no need of it, thanks to heaven. I belong to a young lady of this city, who is a charming beauty, and very rich. She does not let me want for any thing." My brother was not cunning enough to perceive the craft of the old woman, who only refused the 2 pieces of gold that she might catch more. He asked her if she could not procure him the honor of seeing her lady. "With all my heart," replied she. "She will be very well satisfied to marry, and to put you in possession of her estate, by making you master of her person. Take up your money and follow me." My brother, being ravished with his good luck of finding so great a sum of money, and almost at the same time a beautiful and rich wife, his eyes were shut to all other considerations, so that he took his 500 pieces of gold and followed the old woman. She walked before him, and he followed at a distance, to the gate of a great house, where she knocked. He came up to her just as a young Greek slave opened the gate. The old woman made him enter first, went across a court, very well paved, and introduced him into a hall, the furniture of which confirmed him in the good opinion he had conceived of the mistress of the house. While the old woman went to acquaint the lady, he sat down, and, the weather being hot, pulled off his turban, and laid it by him. He speedily saw the young lady come, in whose beauty and rich apparel perfectly surprised him. He got up as soon as he saw her. The lady, with a smiling countenance, prayed him to sit down again, and placed herself by him. She told him she was very glad to see him, and, after having spoken some engaging words, said, "We do not sit here at our conveniency. Come, give me your hand." At these words, she presented hers, and carried him into an inner chamber, where she entertained him for some time, then she left him, bidding him stay, and she would be with him in a moment. He expected her, but, instead of the lady, came in a great black slave, with a scimitar in his hand, and, looking upon my brother with a terrible aspect, said to him fiercely, "What have you to do here?" Al-Nashar was so full of fear at the sight of the slave, that he had no power to answer. The black stripped him, carried off his gold, and gave him several cuts with his scimitar. My unhappy brother fell to the ground, where he lay without motion, though he had still the use of his senses. The black, thinking him to be dead, asked for salt. The Greek slave brought him a basin full, they rubbed my brother's wounds with it, who had so much command of himself, notwithstanding the intolerable pain it put him to, that he lay still without showing any sign of life. The black and the Greek slave having retired, the old woman who drew my brother into the snare, came and dragged him by the feet to a trap door, which she opened, and threw him into a place underground, among the corpses of several other people who had been murdered. He perceived this as soon as he came to himself, for the violence of his fall had taken away his senses. The salt rubbed into his wounds preserved his life, and he recovered strength by degrees, so as to be able to walk. After 2 days he opened the trap door during the night, and, finding a proper place in the court to hide himself, continued there till break of day, when he saw the cursed old woman open the gate, and go out to seek another prey. He stayed in the place some time after she went out, that she might not see him, and then came to me for shelter, when he told me of his adventures. In a month he was perfectly cured of his wounds by medicines that I gave him, and resolved to avenge himself of the old woman who had put upon him such a barbarous cheat. To this end, he took a bag, large enough to contain 500 pieces of gold, and filled it with pieces of glass. My brother, continued the barber, one morning fastened the bag of glass about him, disguised himself like an old woman, and took a scimitar under his gown. He met the old woman walking through the town to seek her prey. He went up to her, and, counterfeiting a woman's voice, said, "Cannot you lend me a pair of scales? I am a woman newly come from Persia, have brought 500 pieces of gold with me, and would know if they will hold out according to your weights." "Good woman," answered the old hag, "you could not have applied to a more proper person. Follow me, I will bring you to my son, who changes money, and will weigh them himself, to save you the trouble. Let us make haste, for fear he be gone to his shop. My brother followed her to the house where she carried him the first time, and the Greek slave opened the door. The old woman carried my brother to the hall, where she bid him stay a moment till she called her son. The pretended son came, and proved to be the villain's black slave. Come, old woman, said he to my brother, rise and follow me. Having spoken thus, he went before to bring him to the place where he designed to murder him. Al-Nashar got up, followed him, and, drawing his scimitar, gave him such a dexterous blow on the neck, as to cut off his head, which he took in one hand, and dragging the body with the other, threw them both into the place underground before mentioned. The Greek slave, who was accustomed to the trade, came presently with a basin of salt, but when she saw Al-Nashar with the scimitar in his hand, and without his veil, she laid down the basin, and fled. But my brother overtaking her, cut off her head also. The wicked old woman came running at the noise, and my brother, seizing her, said to her, treacherous wretch, do not you know me? Alas, sir, answered she, trembling, who are you? I do not remember that I ever saw you. I am, said he, the person to whose house you came the other day to wash and say your prayers. Hypocritical hag, said he, do not you remember it? Then she fell upon her knees to beg his pardon, but he cut her in 4 pieces. There remained only the lady, who knew nothing of what had passed. He sought her out, and found her in a chamber, where she was ready to sink when she saw him. She begged her life, which he generously granted. Madam, said he, how could you live with such wicked people as I have now so justly revenged myself upon? I was, said she, wife to an honest merchant, and the cursed old woman, whose wickedness I did not know, used sometimes to come to see me. Madam, said she one day, we have a very fine wedding at our house, which you will be pleased to see, if you give us the honor of your company. I was persuaded by her, put on my best apparel, and took with me 100 pieces of gold. I followed her, she brought me to this house, where the black has kept me since by force, and I have been 3 years here to my very great sorrow. By the trade which the cursed black followed, replied my brother, he must have gathered together a vast deal of riches. There is so much, said she, that you will be made forever, if you can carry them off. Follow me, and you shall see them, said she. Al-Nashar followed her to a chamber, where she showed him several coffers full of gold, which he beheld with admiration. Go, said she, fetch people enough to carry it all off. My brother needed not to be bid twice, he went out, but stayed only till he got 10 men together, and he brought them with him, and was much surprised to find the gate open, but more when he found the lady and the coffers all gone, for she, being more diligent than he, had carried them all away. However, being resolved not to return empty-handed, he carried off all the goods he could find in the house, which were a great deal more than enough to make up the 500 pieces of gold of which he was robbed, but, when he went out of the house, he forgot to shut the gate. The neighbors, who saw my brother and the porters come and go, went and acquainted the magistrate with it, for they looked upon my brother's conduct as suspicious. Al-Nashar slept well enough all night, but next morning, when he came out of his house, 20th. The magistrate's men seized him. Come along with us, said they. Our master would speak with you. My brother prayed them to have patience for a moment, and offered them a sum of money to let him escape, but, instead of listening to him, they bound him, and forced him to go along with them. They met in the street an old acquaintance of my brother's, who stopped them a while, and asked them why they seized my brother, and offered them a considerable sum to let him escape, and to tell the magistrate that they could not find him. But this would not do, so he was carried before the magistrate. When the officers brought him before the magistrate, he asked him where he had the goods which he carried home last night. Sir, replied Al-Nashar, I am ready to tell you all the truth, but allow me first to have recourse to your clemency, and to beg your promise that nothing shall be done to me. I give it you, said the magistrate. Then my brother told him the whole story without disguise, from the time the old woman came into his house to say her prayers, to the time the lady made her escape, after he had killed the Greek slave, and the old woman, and as for what he had carried to his house, he prayed the judge to leave him part of it for the 500 pieces of gold that he was robbed of. The judge, without promising anything, sent his officers to bring all off, and, having put the goods into his own wardrobe, commanded my brother to quit the town immediately, and never to return, for he was afraid, if my brother had stayed in the city, he would have found some way to represent this injustice to the caliph. In the meantime, Al-Nashar obeyed without murmuring, and left that town to go to another. By the way he met with highwaymen, who stripped him naked, and when the ill news was brought to me, I carried him a suit, and brought him in secretly again to the town, where I took the like care of him as I did of his other brothers. The story of the barber's sixth brother. I am now only to tell the story of my sixth brother, called Shakabak, with the hare lips. At first he was industrious enough to improve the 100 drams of silver which fell to his share, and became very well to pass, but a reverse of fortune brought him to beg his bread, which he did with a great deal of dexterity. He studied chiefly to get into great men's houses by means of their servants and officers, that he might have access to their masters, and obtain their charity. One day, as he passed by a magnificent house, whose high gate showed a very spacious court, where there was a multitude of servants, he went to one of them, and asked to whom that house belonged. Good man, replied the servant, whence do you come, that you ask such a question? Does not all that you see make you understand that it is the palace of a Barmecide? Footnote: the Barmecides were, as has been mentioned, a noble family of Persia, who settled at Baghdad. My brother, who very well knew the liberality and generosity of the Barmecides, addressed himself to one of his porters, for he had more than one, and prayed him to give him an alms. Go in, said he, nobody hinders you, and address yourself to the master of the house, he will send you back satisfied. My brother, who expected no such civility, thanked the porter, and with his permission entered the palace, which was so large that it took him a considerable time to reach the Barmecide's apartment. At last he came to a fine square building, of excellent architecture, and entered by a porch, through which he saw one of the finest gardens, with gravel walks of several Colors, extremely pleasant to the eye. The lower apartments. Round this square were most of them open, and shut only with great curtains, to keep out the sun, which were opened again when the heat was over. Such an agreeable place struck my brother with admiration, and might well have done so to a man far above his quality. He went on till he came into a hall richly furnished, and adorned with paintings of gold and azure foliage, where he saw a venerable man, with a long white beard, sitting at the upper end of an alcove, whence he concluded him to be the master of the house, and in effect it was the Barmecide himself, who said to my brother, in a very civil manner, that he was welcome, and asked him what he wanted. My lord, answered my brother, in a begging tone, I am a poor man, who stand in need of the help of such rich and generous persons as yourself. He could not have addressed himself to a fitter person than this lord, who had 1,000 good qualities. The Barmecide seemed to be astonished at my brother's answer, and, putting both his hands to his stomach, as if he would rend his clothes for grief, is it possible, cried he, that I am at Baghdad, and that such a man as you is so poor as you say? This is what must never be. My brother, fancying that he was going to give him some singular mark of his bounty, blessed him 1,000 times, and wished him all sort of happiness. It shall not be said, replied the Barmecide, that I will abandon you, nor will I have you to leave me. Sir, replied my brother, I swear to you I have not swallowed one bit today. Is that true? Replied the Barmecide, and are you fasting till now? Alas, for the poor man! He is ready to die for hunger. Ho, boy! Cried he with a loud voice, bring a basin and water presently, that we may wash our hands. Though no boy appeared, that my brother saw, either with water or basin, the Barmecide fell a-rubbing his hands, as if one had poured water upon them, and bid my brother come and wash with him. Shakabak judged by this that the Barmecide lord loved to be merry, and he himself understanding raillery, and knowing that the poor must be complaisant to the rich, if they would have any thing, came forward, and did as he did. Come on, said the Barmecide, bring us something to eat, and do not let us stay for it. When he had said so, though nothing was brought, he cut as if something had been brought upon a plate, and, putting his hand to his mouth, began to chew, and said to my brother, come, friend, eat as freely as if you were at home, come and eat. You said you were like to die of hunger, but you eat as if you had no stomach. Pardon me, my lord, said Shakabak, who perfectly imitated what he did. You see I lose no time, and that I do my part well enough. How like you this bread? Said the Barmecide, do not you find it very good? Oh, my lord, said my brother, who neither saw bread nor meat, I never ate anything so white and so fine. Come, eat your bellyful, said the Barmecide. I assure you the baker woman that bakes me this bread cost me 500 pieces of gold to purchase her. The Barmecide, after having boasted so much of his bread, which my brother ate only in idea, cried, Boy, bring us another dish. Though no boy appeared, come, my good friend, said he to my brother, taste this new dish, and tell me if ever you ate better mutton and barley broth than this. It is admirably good, replied my brother, and therefore you see I eat heartily. You oblige me. Mightily, replied the Barmecide, I conjure you, then, by the satisfaction I have to see you eat so heartily, that you eat all up, since you like it so well. A little while after he called for a goose in sweet sauce, vinegar, honey, dry raisins, grey peas, and dry figs, which were brought just in the same manner as the other was. The goose is very fat, said the Barmecide, eat only a leg and a wing, we must save our stomachs, for we have abundance of other dishes to come. He actually called for several other dishes, of which my brother, who was ready to die of hunger, pretended to eat, but what he boasted of more than all the rest was a lamb fed with pistachio nuts, which he ordered to be brought up in the same manner that the rest were. Here is a dish, said the Barmecide, that you will see at nobody's table but my own. I would have you eat unsparingly of it. Having spoken thus, he stretched out his hand as if he had a piece of lamb in it, and putting it to my brother's mouth, there, said he, swallow that, and you will know whether I had not reason to boast of this dish. My brother thrust out his head, opened his mouth, and made as if he took the piece of lamb, and ate it with extreme pleasure. I knew you would like it, said the Barmecide. There is nothing in the world more fine, replied my brother, your lamb is a most delicious thing. Come, bring the ragout presently, I fancy you will like that as well as the lamb. Well, how do you relish it? Said the Barmecide. Oh, it is wonderful, replied Shakabak, for here we taste all at once, amber, cloves, nutmeg, ginger, pepper, and the most odoriferous herbs, and all these tastes are so well mixed, that one does not hinder us from perceiving the other. Oh, how pleasant it is! Honor this ragout, said the Barmecide, by eating heartily of it. Ho, boy! Cried he, bring us a new ragout. No, my lord, an't please you, replied my brother, for indeed I cannot eat any more. Come, take it away then, said the Barmecide, and bring the fruit. He stayed a moment, as it were, to give time for his servants to carry away, after which, he said to my brother, taste these almonds, they are fresh and new gathered. Both of them made as if they had peeled the almonds, and ate them. After this, the Barmecide invited my brother to eat something else. Look you, said he, there are all sorts of fruits, cakes, dry sweetmeats, and conserves, take what you like. Then stretching out his hand, as if he had reached my brother something, look, said he, there is a lozenge very good for digestion. Shakabak made as if he ate it, and said, my lord, there is no want of musk here. These lozenges, said the Barmecide, are made in my own house, where there is nothing wanting to make everything good. He still bade my brother eat, and said to him, methinks you do not eat as if you had been so hungry as you said when you came in. My lord, replied Shakabak, whose jaws ached with moving and having nothing to eat, I am so full, that I cannot eat one bit more. Well, then, my friend, replied the Barmecide, we must drink now, after we have eaten so well. You drink wine, my lord, replied my brother, but I will, if you please, drink none, because I am forbidden. You are too scrupulous, replied the Barmecide, do as I do. I will drink then out of complaisance, said Shakabak, for I see you will have nothing wanting to make your treat noble, but since I am not accustomed to drink wine, I am afraid that I shall commit some error in point of breeding, contrary to the respect That is due to you, and therefore I pray you once more to excuse me from drinking any wine, I will be content with water. No, no, said the Barmecide, you shall drink wine, and at the same time he commanded some to be brought in the same manner as the meat and fruit had been brought before. He made as if he poured out wine, drank first himself, and then pouring out for my brother, presented him the glass. Drink my health, said he, and let me know if you think this wine good. My brother made as if he took the glass, and looked as if the color was good, and put it to his nose to try if it had a good flavor. He then made a low bow to the Barmecide, to signify that he took the liberty to drink his health, making all the signs of a man who drinks with pleasure. My lord, said he, this is very excellent wine, but I think it is not strong enough. If you would have stronger, said the Barmecide, you need only speak, for I have several sorts in my cellar. Try how you like this. Upon which he made as if he poured out another glass to himself, and then to my brother, and did this so often, that Shakabak, feigning to be drunk with the wine, took up his hand, and gave the Barmecide such a box on the ear as made him fall down. He lifted up his hand to give him another blow, but the Barmecide, holding up his hand to ward it off, cried to him, What? Are you mad? Then my brother, making as if he had come to himself again, said, My lord, you have been so good as to admit your slave into your house, and give him a great treat. You should have been satisfied in making me eat, and not have obliged me to drink wine, for I told you beforehand that it might occasion me to come short in my respect. I am very much troubled at it, and beg you 1,000 pardons. He had scarcely finished these words, when the Barmecide, instead of being in a rage, fell a laughing with all his might. It is a long time, said he, since I wished a man of your character. The Barmecide caressed Shakabak mightily, and told him, I not only forgive the blow you have given me, but am willing henceforward we should be friends, and that you take my house for your home. You have been so complaisant as to accommodate yourself to my humor, and have had the patience to bear the jest out to the last. We will now eat in good earnest. When he had finished these words, he clapped his hands, and commanded his servants, who then appeared, to cover the table, which was speedily done, and my brother was treated with all those viands in reality which he ate of before in fancy. At last they took them away, and brought wine, and at the same time a number of handsome slaves, richly apparelled, came in and sung some agreeable airs to their musical instruments. In a word, Shakabak had all the reason in the world to be satisfied with the Barmecide's civility and bounty, for he treated him as his familiar friend, and ordered him a suit out of his wardrobe. The Barmecide found my brother to be a man of so much wit and understanding, that in a few days after he trusted him with his household, and all his affairs. My brother acquitted himself very well in that employment for 20 years, at the end of which the generous Barmecide died, and, leaving no heirs, all his estate was confiscated to the use of the prince, upon which my brother was reduced to his first condition, and joined a caravan of pilgrims going to Mecca, designing to accomplish that pilgrimage upon their charity, but by misfortune the caravan was attacked and plundered by a number of Bedouins, vagabond Arabians, who wander in the deserts, and plunder the caravans. when they are not strong enough to resist them, superior to that of the pilgrims. My brother was then taken as a slave by one of the Bedouins, who put him under the bastinado for several days, to oblige him to ransom himself. Shakabak protested to him that it was all in vain. "I am your slave," said he, "you may dispose of me as you please, but I declare unto you that I am extremely poor, and not able to redeem myself." In a word, my brother discovered to him all his misfortunes, and endeavored to soften him with tears, but the Bedouin had no mercy, and, being vexed to find himself disappointed of a considerable sum, which he reckoned he was sure of, he took his knife, and slit my brother's lips, to avenge himself, by this inhumanity, for the loss that he imagined he had sustained. The Bedouin had a handsome wife, and frequently, when he went on his courses, he left my brother alone with her, and then she used all her endeavors to comfort my brother under the rigor of his slavery. She gave him tokens enough that she loved him, but he durst not yield to her passion, for fear he should repent it, and therefore he shunned to be alone with her, as much as she sought the opportunity to be alone with him. She had so great a custom of toying and jesting with the miserable Shakabak, whenever she saw him, that one day she happened to do it in presence of her husband, my brother, without taking notice that he observed them. So his stars would have it jested likewise with her. The Bedouin, immediately supposing that they lived together in a criminal manner, fell upon my brother in a rage, and after he had mangled him in a barbarous manner, he carried him on a camel to the top of a desert mountain, where he left him. The mountain was on the way to Baghdad, so that the passengers who passed that road gave me an account of the place where he was. I went thither speedily, where I found the unfortunate Shakabak in a deplorable condition. I gave him what help he stood in need of, and brought him back to the city. "This is what I told the caliph," added the barber. "That prince applauded me with new fits of laughter. Now," said he, "I cannot doubt that they justly gave you the surname of Silent. Nobody can say the contrary. For certain reasons, however, I command you to depart this town immediately, and let me hear no more of your discourse." I yielded to necessity, and went to travel several years in far countries. I understood at last that the caliph was dead, and returned to Baghdad, where I found not one of my brethren alive. It was on my return to this town that I did the important service to the same young man which you have heard. You are, however, witness of his ingratitude, and of the injurious manner in which he treated me. Instead of testifying his acknowledgments, he chose rather to fly from me, and to leave his own country. When I understood that he was not at Baghdad, though nobody could tell me truly whither he was gone, yet I did not forbear to go and seek him. I traveled from province to province a long time, and when I had given over all hopes, I met him this day, but I did not think to find him so incensed against me. The tailor made an end of telling the Sultan of Kashgar the history of the lame young man, and the barber of Baghdad. After that manner I had the honor to tell your majesty. When the barber, continued he, had finished his story, we found that the young man was not to blame for calling him a great prattler. However, we were pleased that he would stay with us and partake of the treat which the master of the house had prepared for us. We sat down to table, and were merry together. Till afternoon prayers, then all the company parted, and I went to my shop, till it was time for me to return home. It was during this interval that Humpback came half drunk before my shop, where he sung and tabbered. I thought that, by carrying him home with me, I should divert my wife, therefore I brought him along. My wife gave us a dish of fish, and I presented Humpback with some, which he ate without taking notice of a bone. He fell down dead before us, and, after having in vain essayed to help him, in the trouble occasioned us by such an unlucky accident, and through the fear of punishment, we carried the corpse out, and dexterously lodged it with the Jewish doctor. The Jewish doctor put it into the chamber of the purveyor, and the purveyor carried it forth into the street, where it was believed the merchant had killed him. This, sir, added the tailor, is what I had to say to satisfy your majesty, who must pronounce whether we be worthy of mercy or wrath, life or death. The Sultan of Kashgar looked with a contented air, and gave the tailor and his comrades their lives. I cannot but acknowledge, said he, that I am more amazed at the history of the young cripple, at that of the barber, and at the adventures of his brothers, than at the story of my jester. But before I send you all four away, and before we bury Hump, I would see the barber. Who is the cause that I have pardoned you? Since he is in my capital, it is easy to satisfy my curiosity. At the same time he sent a sergeant with the tailor to find him. The sergeant and the tailor went immediately, and brought the barber, whom they presented to the Sultan. The barber was an old man of 90 years, his eyebrows and beard were as white as snow, his ears hung down, and he had a very long nose. The Sultan could not forbear laughing when he saw him. Silent man, said he to him, I understand that you know wonderful stories, will you tell me some of them? Sir, answered the barber, let us forbear the stories, if you please, at present. I most humbly beg your Majesty to permit me to ask what that Christian, that Jew, that Mussulman, and that dead humpback, who lies on the ground, do here before your Majesty. The Sultan smiled at the barber's liberty, and replied, why do you ask? Sir, replied the barber, it concerns me to ask, that your Majesty may know that I am not so great a talker as some pretend, but a man justly called silent. The Sultan of Kashgar was so complaisant as to satisfy the barber's curiosity. He commanded them to tell him the story of the humpback, which he earnestly wished for. When the barber heard it, he shook his head, as if he would say, there was something under this which he did not understand. Truly, cried he, this is a surprising story, but I am willing to examine Humpback a little closely. He drew near him, sat down on the ground, put his head between his knees, and after he had looked upon him steadfastly, he fell into so great a fit of laughter, and had so little command of himself, that he fell backwards on the ground, without considering that he was before the Sultan of Kashgar. As soon as he came to himself, it is said, cried he, and without reason, that no man dies without a cause. If ever any history deserved to be written in letters of gold, it is this of Humpback. At this all the people looked on the barber as a buffoon, or a doting old man. Silent man, said the Sultan, speak to me, why do you laugh so hard? Sir, answered the barber, I swear by your Majesty's good humor that humpback is not dead. He is yet alive, and I shall be willing to pass for a madman, if I do not let you second this minute. Having said these words, he took a box, wherein he had several medicines, that he carried about to make use of on occasion, and took out a phial with balsam, with which he rubbed humpback's neck a long time. Then he took out of his case a neat iron instrument, which he put betwixt his teeth. And, after he had opened his mouth, he thrust down his throat a pair of pincers, with which he took out a bit offish and bone, which he showed to all the people. Immediately humpback sneezed, stretched forth his arms and feet, and gave several other signs of life. The Sultan of Kashgar, and those with him, who were witnesses to this operation, were less surprised to see humpback revive, after he had passed a whole night and great part of a day without giving any signs of life, than at the merit and capacity of the barber who performed this, and, notwithstanding all his faults, began to look upon him as a great person. The Sultan, ravished with joy and admiration, ordered the story of humpback to be recorded, with that of the barber, that the memory of it might, as it deserved, be preserved forever. Nor did he stop here, but that the tailor, Jewish doctor, purveyor, and Christian merchant might remember, with pleasure, the adventure which the accident of humpback had occasioned to them. He did not send them away till he had given each of them a very rich robe, with which he caused them to be clothed in his presence. As for the barber, he honored him with a great pension, and kept him near his person. Thus the Sultaness finished this long train of adventures, to which the pretended death of humpback gave occasion, then held her peace, because day appeared, upon which her sister Dinarzade said to her, "My princess, my sultaness, I am so much the more charmed with the story you just now told, because it concludes with an incident I did not expect. I verily thought humpback was dead. This surprise pleases me," said Shahryar, "as much as the adventures of the barber's brothers. The story of the lame young man of Baghdad diverted me also very much," replied Dinarzade. "I am very glad of it, dear sister," said the Sultaness, "and since I have the good fortune not to tire out the patience of the Sultan, our Lord and Master, if His Majesty will still be so gracious as to preserve my life, I shall have the honor to give him an account tomorrow of the history of the amours of Abul Hasan Ali ibn Bakr and Shemselnahar, favorite of the Caliph Harun al-Rashid, which is no less worthy of your notice than the history of humpback. The Sultan of the Indies, who was very well satisfied with the stories which Scheherazade had told him hitherto, was willing to hear the history which she promised. He rose, however, to go to prayers, and hold his counsel, without giving any signification of his pleasure towards the Sultaness. Dinarzade, being always careful to awake her sister, called this night at the ordinary hour. "My dear sister," said she, "day will soon appear. I earnestly beg of you to tell us some of your fine stories." "We need no other," said Shahryar, "but that of the amours of Abul Hasan Ali ibn Bakr and Shemselnahar, the favorite of Caliph Harun al-Rashid." "Sir," said Scheherazade, "I will satisfy your curiosity," and began thus. The history of Aboul Hasan Ali ibn Bakr. an Schemselnihar, favorite of Caliph Harun al-Rashid. In the reign of the Caliph Harun al-Rashid, there was at Baghdad a druggist, called Abul Hasan ibn Thahir, a very rich and handsome man. He had more wit and politeness than those of his profession generally have. His integrity, sincerity, and jovial humor made him to be loved and sought after by all sorts of people. The Caliph, who knew his merit, had entire confidence in him, and so great was his esteem for him, that he entrusted him with the care of providing the ladies his favorites with all things they stood in need of. He chose for them their clothes, furniture, and jewels, with admirable judgment. His good qualities, with the favor of the Caliph, made the sons of emirs, officers, and others of the first rank, to be always about him. His house was the rendezvous of all the nobility of the court. But, among the young lords who daily visited him, there was one of whom he took more notice, and with whom he contracted a particular friendship, called Abul Hasan Ali ibn Bakr, originally of an ancient royal family of Persia. This family had continued at Baghdad ever since the Muslims made a conquest of that kingdom. Nature seemed to have taken pleasure to endow this young prince with many of the rarest qualities both of body and mind. His face was so very beautiful, his shape so fine, and his physiognomy so prepossessing, that none could see him without loving him immediately. When he spoke, he expressed himself always in terms the most proper and well chosen, with a new and agreeable turn, and his voice charmed all who heard him. He had withal so much wit and judgment, that he thought and spoke on every subject with admirable exactness. He was so reserved and modest, that he advanced nothing till he had taken all possible precautions to avoid giving any ground of suspicion that he preferred his own opinion to that of others. Being such a person as I have represented him, we need not wonder that Ibn Thahir distinguished him from all the other young noblemen of the court, most of whom had vices contrary to his virtues. One day, when the prince was with Ibn Thahir, there came a lady mounted on a piebald mule, surrounded by 6 women slaves, who accompanied her on foot, all very handsome, as far as could be judged by their air, and through the veils which covered their faces. The lady had a girdle of a rose color, 4 inches broad, embroidered with pearls and diamonds of an extraordinary bigness, and it was easy to perceive that she surpassed all her women in beauty as much as the full moon does that of 2 days old. She came to buy something, and when she had spoken to Ibn Thahir, entered his shop, which was very neat and large, and receiving her with all the marks of the most profound respect, entreated her to sit down, and showed her the most honorable place. In the meantime the Prince of Persia, unwilling to let such an opportunity pass to show his good breeding and courtly temper, beat up the cushion of gold cloth for the lady to lean on, upon which he retired speedily, that she might sit down, and having saluted her, by kissing the tapestry under her feet, he rose, and stood at the lower end of the sofa. It being her custom to be free with Ibn Thahir, she lifted her veil, and discovered to the Prince of Persia such extraordinary beauty, that he was struck with it to the heart. On the other hand, the lady could not contain herself from looking on the prince, the sight of whom had made the same impression upon her. My lord, said she to him. With an obliging air, pray sit down. The Prince of Persia obeyed, and sat down upon the edge of the sofa. He had his eyes constantly fixed upon her, and swallowed large draughts of the sweet poison of love. She quickly perceived what worked in his heart, and this discovery inflamed her the more towards him. She rose up, went to Ibn Thahir, and, after whispering to him the cause of her coming, asked the name and country of the prince. Madam, answered Ibn Thahir, this young nobleman's name is Abul Hasan Ali Ibn Bakar, and he is a prince of the blood royal. The lady was overjoyed to hear that the person she already so passionately loved was of a quality so high. You certainly mean, said she, that he is descended from the kings of Persia. Yes, madam, replied Ibn Thahir, the last kings of Persia were his ancestors, and, since the conquest of that kingdom, the princes of his family have always made themselves acceptable at the court of the caliphs. You will oblige me much, added she, in making me acquainted with this young nobleman. When I send this woman, said she, pointing to one of her slaves, to give you notice to come and see me, pray bring him with you, I shall be very glad to display to him the magnificence of my house, that he may see that avarice does not reign at Baghdad among persons of quality. You know what I mean, therefore do not fail, otherwise I will be very angry with you, and beg you will never come hither again while I live. Ibn Thahir was a man of too much penetration not to perceive the lady's mind by these words. My princess, my queen, replied he, God preserve me from ever giving you any occasion of anger against me. I shall always make it a law to obey your commands. At this answer, the lady bowed to Ibn Thahir, and bid farewell. And, after giving a favorable look to the Prince of Persia, remounted her mule, and went away. The Prince of Persia was so deeply smitten with the lady, that he looked after her as far as he could see, and, for a long time, after she was out of sight, he still looked that way. Ibn Thahir told him that several persons were observing him, and were laughing to see him in this posture. Alas, said the prince, the world and you would have compassion on me, if you knew that the fine lady who is just now gone, has carried with her the best part of me, and that the remaining part seeks for an opportunity to go after her. Tell me, I conjure you, added he, what cruel lady this is, who forces people to love her, without giving them time to advise. My lord, answered Ibn Thahir, this is the famous Shamselnahar. Footnote, this word signifies the son of the day, the principal favorite of the Caliph our master. She is justly so called, added the prince, since she is more beautiful than the sun at noonday. That is true, replied Ibn Thahir. Therefore the commander of the faithful loves, or rather adores, her. He gave me express orders to furnish all that she asked of me, and to prevent, as much as possible, everything that she can desire of me. He spoke in this manner, in order to hinder him from engaging in an amour which could not but prove unhappy to him, but it served only to inflame him the more. I was very doubtful, charming Shamselnahar, said he, that I should not be allowed so much as to think of you. I perceive well, however, that, without hopes of being loved by you, I cannot forbear loving you. I will love you Then, and bless my lot that I am slave to an object fairer than the meridian sun. While the Prince of Persia was thus consecrating his heart to fair Shemselnahar, this lady, upon returning home, thought upon a way how she might see and have free converse with him. She no sooner entered her palace, than she sent to Ibn Thahir the woman she had shown him, and in whom she put all her confidence, to tell him to come and see her without delay, and to bring the Prince of Persia with him. The slave came to Ibn Thahir's shop. While he was speaking with the prince, and endeavoring, by very strong arguments, to dissuade him from loving the caliph's favorite. When she saw them together, "Gentlemen," said she, "my honorable mistress Shemselnahar, the chief favorite of the commander of the faithful, entreats you to come to her palace, where she waits for you." Ibn Thahir, to testify his obedience, rose up immediately, without answering the slave, and followed her, though with some reluctance. As for the prince, he followed without reflecting upon the danger that might happen in such a visit. The company of Ibn Thahir, who had liberty to visit the favorite whenever he pleased, made the prince very easy in the affair. They followed the slave, who went a little before them, entering after her into the caliph's palace, and joined her at the gate of Shemselnahar's little palace, which was already open. She introduced them into a great hall, where she entreated them both to sit down. The Prince of Persia thought himself in one of those magnificent palaces that are promised us in the other world, for he had never seen anything that equaled the shining splendor of the place. The carpets, cushions, and other furniture of the sofas, the movables, ornaments, and architecture, were all surprisingly beautiful. A little time after Ibn Thahir and he were sat down, a very handsome black slave set before them a table covered with several very fine dishes, the delicious smell of which made them judge of the delicacy of the sauce. While eating, they were waited upon by the slave who had introduced them, and who invited them to eat of what she knew to be the greatest dainties. When they had done, they were served with excellent wine by the other slaves, who afterwards presented to each of them a fine gold basin full of water to wash their hands, and also a golden pot full of the perfume of aloes, with which they both perfumed their beards and clothes, nor was odoriferous water forgotten, which the slaves brought to them in a golden vessel, enriched with diamonds and rubies, made particularly for that use, and which they threw upon their beards and faces, according to custom. They then went to their places, but had scarcely seated themselves, when the slave entreated them to rise and follow her, and opening a gate of the hall in which they were, they entered into a spacious saloon of a marvelous structure. It was a dome of the most agreeable fashion, supported by 100 pillars of marble, white as alabaster. The bases and chapiters of the pillars were adorned with four-footed beasts and birds of several sorts, gilded. The foot carpet of this noble parlor consisted of one piece of gold cloth, embroidered with garlands of roses in red and white silk, and the dome being painted in the same manner, after the Arabian form, was one of the most charming objects the I ever beheld. Betwixt each column was placed a little sofa, adorned in the same manner, and great vessels of china, crystal, jasper, jet, porphyry, agate, and other precious materials, garnished with gold and jewels. The spaces betwixt the columns were so many large windows, with jets high enough to lean on, covered with the same sort of stuff as the sofas, from which was a prospect into one of the most delightful gardens in the world, the walks of which, being made of little pebbles of different colors, much resembled the foot carpet of the saloon, so that it appeared, both within and without, as if the dome and the garden, with all their ornaments, had stood upon the same carpet. The prospect round was thus diversified. At the ends of the walks were two canals of clear water, of the same circular figure as the dome, one of which, being higher than the other, emptied itself into the lowermost, in form of a tablecloth, and curious pots of gilded brass, with flowers and greens, were placed at equal distances on the banks of the canals. The walks lay betwixt great plots of ground, planted with straight and bushy trees, among which were thousands of birds, whose notes formed a melodious concert, and entertained the beholder by sometimes flying about, at others by playing together, and sometimes by fighting in the air. The Prince of Persia and Ibn Thahir diverted themselves for some time with viewing the magnificence of the place, and testified great surprise at everything they saw, especially the prince, who had never before seen anything to equal it, and Ibn Thahir, though he had several times been in that delightful place, yet could now observe many new beauties. In a word, they never grew weary of admiring so many singular things, and were thus agreeably employed, when they perceived, at some distance from the dome, a company of ladies richly apparelled, each of them sitting upon a seat of Indian wood, inlaid with silver wire in figures, with instruments of music in their hands, expecting orders to play. They both advanced to the jet which fronted the ladies, and on the right they saw a large court, with a stair up from the garden, encompassed with beautiful apartments. The slave having retired, and left them alone, they entered into conversation. As to you, who are a wise man, said the Prince of Persia to Ibn Thahir, I doubt not but that you look with much satisfaction upon all these marks of grandeur and power. For my part, I do not think there is anything in the world more surprising. But when I consider that this is the glorious habitation of the lovely Shemselnahar, and that he who keeps her here is the greatest monarch of the earth, I confess to you that I look upon myself to be the most unfortunate of all mankind. That no destiny can be more cruel than mine, in loving an object possessed by a rival, and that too in a place where he is so potent, that I cannot think myself sure of my life one moment. Ibn Thahir, hearing the Prince of Persia speak, said to him, Sir, I wish you could give me as good an assurance of the happy success of your amours, as I can give you of the safety of your life. Though this stately palace belongs to the Caliph, who built it on purpose for Shemselnahar, and called it the Palace of Eternal Pleasures, and that it makes part of his own palace, yet you must know that this lady lives here at entire liberty. She is not surrounded by eunuchs as spies over her. This is her own particular house, which is absolutely at her disposal. She goes into the city when she pleases, and returns again, without asking leave of anybody, and the Caliph never comes to see her without sending Mesrour, the chief of his eunuchs, to give her notice that she may be prepared to receive him. Therefore you may be easy, and give full attention to the concert of music, which I Perceive, Shemselnahar is preparing on purpose for you. Just as Ibn Thahir spoke these words to the Prince of Persia, they observed the favorite's trusty slave coming with orders for the ladies to begin singing and playing on the instruments, which they instantly obeyed, and all began playing together as a preludium, after which one of them began singing alone, at the same time playing admirably well upon her lute, having been before advertised of the subject on which she was to sing. The words were so agreeable to the Prince of Persia's sentiments that he could not forbear applauding her at the end of the stave. "Is it possible," cried he, "that you have the gift of knowing people's hearts, and that the knowledge of what is in my mind has occasioned you to give us a taste of your charming voice by those words? Were I to choose, I should not express myself otherwise." The lady made no reply, but went on, and sung several other staves, with which the prince was so much affected, that he repeated some of them with tears in his eyes, which plainly discovered that he applied them to himself. When she had made an end, she and her companions rose up, and sung all together, signifying by their words that the full moon was going to rise in all her splendor, and that they should speedily see her approach the sun, by which it was meant that Shemselnahar was just coming, and that the Prince of Persia should have the pleasure of seeing her. In effect, as they were looking towards the court, they saw Shemselnahar's confident coming towards them, followed by 10 black women, who, with much difficulty, carried a throne of massy silver most curiously wrought, which they set down before them at a certain distance, upon which the black slaves retired behind the trees to the entrance of a walk. After this there came 20 handsome ladies, all alike most elegantly apparelled. They advanced in 2 rows, singing and playing upon instruments which each of them held in her hand, and, coming near the throne, 10 of them sat down on each side of it. All these things kept the Prince of Persia and Ibn Thahir in very great suspense, both of them being impatient to know how they would end. In this state of anxious expectation, they saw 10 handsome ladies, well dressed, come out of the same gate whence the 10 black women came, where they stopped for a few moments, expecting the favorite, who came out last, and placed herself in the midst of them. Shemselnahar was easily distinguished from the rest by her fine shape and majestic air, as well as by a sort of mantle, a very fine stuff of gold and sky blue, fastened to her shoulders over her other apparel, which was the most handsome, best contrived, and most magnificent, that could be thought of. The pearls, rubies, and diamonds, with which she was adorned, though few in number, were well chosen, and of inestimable value, and were displayed in excellent order. She came forward with a majesty resembling the sun in his course amidst the clouds, which receive his splendor without hiding his luster, and seated herself on the silver throne that was brought for her. As soon as the Prince of Persia beheld Shemselnahar, nothing else could attract his notice. "We cease inquiring after what we seek," said he to Ibn Thahir, "when we see it, and there is no doubt remaining when once the truth makes itself manifest. Do you see this charming beauty? She is the cause of all my sufferings, which I hug, and will never forbear blessing them, however lasting they may be. At the sight of this object, I am not my own master, my soul rebels, and disturbs me, and I fancy it has a mind to leave me. Go then, my soul, I allow thee, but let it be for the welfare and preservation of this weak body. It is you, cruel Ebn Thahir, who are the cause of this disorder. You thought to do me great pleasure in bringing me hither, and I perceive I am only come to complete my ruin. Pardon me, said he. Interrupting himself, I am mistaken, I was willing to come, and can blame nobody but myself. At these words, he could not refrain from tears. I am very well pleased, said Ebn Thahir, that you do me justice. When at first I told you that Shamselnahar was the Caliph's chief favorite, I did it on purpose to prevent that fatal passion which you please yourself with entertaining in your breast. All that you see here ought to disengage you, and you are to think of nothing but of acknowledgments for the honor which Shamselnahar was willing to do you, by ordering me to bring you with me. Call in, then, your wandering reason, and put yourself in a condition to appear before her, as good breeding requires. Behold, there she comes. Were the matter to begin again, I would take other measures, but, since the thing is done, I wish we may not repent of it. What I have further to say to you is this, that love is a traitor, who may throw you into a pit from which you will never be able to escape. Ebn Thahir had not time to say more, because Shamselnahar came and, sitting down upon her throne, saluted them both with an inclination of the head, but she fixed her eyes on the Prince of Persia, and they spoke to one another in a silent language, intermixed with sighs, by which, in a few moments, they spoke more than could have been done by words in a great deal of time. The more Shamselnahar looked upon the prince, the more she found from his looks that he was in love with her, and, being thus persuaded of his passion, thought herself the happiest woman in the world. At last, turning her eyes from him to command the women who began to sing first to come near, they got up, and whilst they advanced, the black women, who came out of the walk into which they retired, brought their seats, and set them near the window, in the jet of the dome, where Ebn Thahir and the Prince of Persia stood, and then they so disposed them on each side of the favorite's throne, that they formed a semicircle. The women who were sitting before she came, took each of them their places again, with the permission of Shamselnahar, who ordered them by a sign. That charming favorite chose one of these women to sing, who, after she had spent some moments in tuning her lute, played a song, the meaning whereof was, that two lovers, who entirely loved each other, and whose affection was boundless, their hearts, though in two bodies, were one and the same, and, when anything opposed their desires, could say, with tears in their eyes, if we love because we find one another amiable, ought we to be blamed for this? Let destiny bear the blame. Shamselnahar discovered so well, by her eyes and gestures, that these sayings ought to be applied to her and the Prince of Persia, that he could not maintain himself. He rose, and came to a baluster, which he leaned upon, and obliged one of the women who came to sing, to observe him. When she was near him, follow me, said he to her, and do me the favor to accompany with your lute a song which you shall forthwith hear. Then he sang with an air so tender and passionate, as perfectly expressed the violence of his love. When he had done, Shamselnahar, following his example, said to one of the women, follow me likewise, and accompany my voice. At the same time she sung after such a manner, as further pierced the heart of the Prince of Persia, who answered her by a new air as passionate as the former. These two lovers declared their mutual affection by their songs. Shamselnahar yielded to the force of hers, she rose from her throne, and advanced towards the door of the hall. The prince, who knew her design, rose likewise, and went towards her in all haste. They met at the door, where they took each other by the hand, embracing with so much passion, that they fainted, and would have fallen, if the women who followed them had not helped them. But they were supported and carried to a sofa, where they were brought to themselves again, by throwing odoriferous water upon their faces, and giving them other things to smell. When they came to themselves, the first tiling that Shamselnahar did was to look about, and not seeing Ibn Thahir, she asked, with a great deal of concern, where he was. He had withdrawn out of respect, whilst her women were applying things to recover her, and dreaded, not without reason, that some troublesome consequence might attend what had happened, but as soon as he heard Shamselnahar ask for him, he came forward, and presented himself before her. Shamselnahar was very well pleased to see Ibn Thahir, and expressed her joy in these terms, "Kind Ibn Thahir, I do not know how to make amends for the great obligation you have put upon me. Without you I should never have seen the Prince of Persia, nor have loved him who is the most amiable person in the world, but you may assure yourself, however, that I shall not die ungrateful, and that my acknowledgment, if possible, shall be equal to the obligation." Ibn Thahir answered this compliment by a low bow, and wished the favorite the accomplishment of all her desires. Shamselnahar, turning towards the Prince of Persia, who sat by her, and looking upon him with some sort of confusion, after what had passed between them, said to him, "Sir, I am very well assured you love me, and, however great your love may be to me, you need not doubt but mine is as great towards you, but let us not flatter ourselves, for, though we are both agreed, yet I see nothing for you and me but trouble, impatience, and tormenting grief. There is no other remedy for our evils but to love one another constantly, to refer ourselves to the disposal of heaven, and to wait till it shall determine our destiny." "Madam," replied the Prince of Persia, "you will do me the greatest injustice in the world if you doubt but one moment of the continuance of my love. It is so united to my soul, that I can justly say it makes the best part of it, and that I shall persevere in it till death. Pains, torments, obstacles, nothing shall be capable of hindering me to love you." Speaking these words, he shed tears in abundance, and Shamselnahar was not able to restrain hers. Ibn Thahir took this opportunity to speak to the favorite. "Madam," said he, "allow me to represent to you, that, instead of breaking forth into tears, you ought to rejoice that you are together. I understand not this grief. What will it be when you are obliged to part? But why do I talk of that? We have been a long time here, and you know, madam, that it is time for us to be going." "Ah, how cruel you are!" replied Shamselnahar. "You, who know the cause of my tears, have you no pity for my unfortunate condition? Oh, sad fatality! What have I done to be subject to the severe law of not being able to enjoy the person whom I love?" She, being persuaded that Ibn Thahir spoke to her only out of friendship, did not take amiss what he said to her, but made a right use of it. Then she made a sign to the slave, her confidant, who immediately went out, and in a little time brought a collation of fruit upon a small silver table, which she set down between her mistress and the Prince of Persia. Shamselnahar presented some of the best to the prince, and prayed him to eat. For her sake, he did so, and put that part to his mouth which she had touched, and then he presented some to her, which she took and ate in the same manner. She did not forget to invite Ibn the to eat with them, but he, not thinking himself safe in that place, ate only from complacence. After the collation was taken away, they brought a silver basin with water in a vessel of gold, and washed together. They afterwards returned to their places. When 3 of the 10 black women brought each of them a cup of rock crystal full of curious wines, upon a golden salver, which they set down before Shamselnahar, the Prince of Persia, and Ibn the that they might be more private, Shamselnahar kept with her only 10 black women, with 10 others who began to sing and play upon instruments, and, after she had sent away all the rest, she took up one of the cups, and holding it in her hand, sung some tender expressions, which one of her women accompanied with her lute. When she had done, she drank, and afterwards took up one of the other cups, and presented it to the prince, praying him to drink for love of her, as she had drunk for love of him. He received the cup with a transport of love and joy, but, before drinking, he also sung a song, which another woman accompanied with an instrument, and as he sung, the tears fell from his eyes in such abundance, that he could not forbear expressing in his song that he knew not whether he was going to drink the wine she had presented to him, or his own tears. Shamselnahar at last presented the 3rd cup to Ibn the who thanked her for her kindness, and for the honor she did him. She then took a lute from one of her women, and sung to it in such a passionate manner as bespoke her to be beside herself, the Prince of Persia standing with his eyes fixed upon her, as if he had been enchanted. As these things were passing, her trusty slave arrived all in a fright, and, addressing herself to her mistress, said, Madam, Mesrour and 2 other officers, with several eunuchs that attend them, are at the gate in want to speak with you from the Caliph. When the Prince of Persia and Ibn the heard these words, they changed color, and began to tremble, as if they had been undone, but Shamselnahar, who perceived it, recovered their courage by a smile. After Shamselnahar had quieted the Prince of Persia and Ibn the fears, she ordered the slave, her confidant, to go and entertain Mesrour and the 2 other officers till she was in a condition to receive them, and send to her to bring them in. She immediately ordered all the windows of the saloon to be shut, and the painted cloth on the side of the garden to be let down, and having assured the prince and Ibn the that they might continue there without fear, she went out at the gate leading to the garden, and shut it upon them, but, whatever assurance she had given them of their being safe, they were still much terrified. All the while they were there. As soon as Shamselnahar was in the garden with the women that followed her, she ordered all the seats which served the women who played on the instruments to be set near the window where Ibn the and the Prince of Persia heard them, and having got things In order, she sat down upon a silver throne, then she sent by the slave, her confidant, to bring in the chief of the eunuchs, and his subaltern officers. They appeared, followed by 20 black eunuchs, all handsomely clothed, with scimitars by their sides, and gold belts of 4 inches broad. As soon as they perceived the favorite, Shamselnahar at a distance, they made her a profound reverence, which she returned them from her throne. When they came near, she got up and went to meet Mesrour, who came first. She asked what news he brought. He answered, Madam, the commander of the faithful has sent me to signify that he cannot live longer without seeing you. He designs to come to you tonight, and I come beforehand to give notice, that you may be prepared to receive him. He hopes, Madam, that you long as much to see him as he is impatient to see you. Upon this discourse of Mesrour, the favorite Shamselnahar prostrated herself to the ground, as a mark of the submission with which she received the caliph's order. When she rose again, she said, Pray tell the commander of the faithful, that I shall always esteem it my glory to execute His Majesty's commands, and that his slave will do her utmost to receive him with all the respect that is due to him. At the same time she ordered the slave, her confidant, to tell the black women appointed for that service to get the palace ready to receive the caliph, and dismissing the chief of the eunuchs, said to him, You see it requires some time to get all things ready, therefore I pray you to take care that His Majesty may have a little patience, that when he arrives, he may not find things out of order. The chief of the eunuchs and his retinue being gone, Shamselnahar returned to the saloon, extremely concerned at the necessity she was under of sending back the Prince of Persia sooner than she thought to have done. She came up to him again, with tears in her eyes, which heightened Ibn Thaher's fear, who thought it no good omen. Madam, said the prince to her, I perceive you are come to tell me that we must part, provided there be nothing more to dread. I hope heaven will give me the patience which is necessary to support your absence. Alas, my dear heart, my dear soul, replied the tender-hearted Shamselnahar, how happy do I think you, and how unhappy myself, when I compare your lot with my sad destiny. No doubt, you will suffer by my absence, but that is all, and you may comfort yourself with the hope of seeing me again. But as for me, just heaven! What a terrible trial am I brought to! I must not only be deprived of the sight of the only person whom I love, but I must be tormented with the sight of one whom you have made hateful to me. Will not the arrival of the caliph put me in mind of your departure? And how can I, when I think of your sweet face, entertain that prince with that joy which he always observed in my eyes whenever he came to see me? I shall have my mind wavering when I speak to him, and the least complacence which I show to him will stab me to the heart like a dagger. Can I relish his kind words and caresses? Think, prince, to what torments I shall be exposed when I can see you no more. Her tears and sighs hindered her to go on, and the Prince of Persia would have replied to her, but his own grief, and that of his mistress, made him incapable. Ibn Thaher, whose chief business was to get out of the palace, was obliged to comfort them, and to exhort them to have patience. But the trusty slave interrupted them. Madam, said she to Shamselnahar, you have no time to lose, the eunuchs begin to Arrive, and you know the Caliph will be here immediately. 0. Heaven, how cruel is this separation! Cried the favorite. Make haste, said she to the confident, carry them both to the gallery, which looks into the garden on the one side, and to the Tigris on the other, and when the night grows dark, let them out by the back gate, that they may retire with safety. Having spoken thus, she tenderly embraced the Prince of Persia, without being able to say one word more, and went to meet the Caliph in such disorder as cannot well be imagined. In the meantime the trusty slave carried the prince and Ibn Tahir to the gallery, as Shamselnahar had appointed, and having brought them in, left them there, and shut the door upon them. After having assured them that they had nothing to fear, and that she would come for them when it was time. Shamselnahar's trusty slave leaving the Prince of Persia and Ibn Tahir, they forgot she had assured them that they needed not to be afraid. They searched all the gallery, and were seized with extreme fear, because they knew no place where they might escape, in case the Caliph, or any of his officers, should happen to come there. A great light, which came on a sudden from the side of the garden, through the windows, caused them to approach to see from whence it came. It was occasioned by 100 flambeaux of white wax, carried by as many young eunuchs. These were followed by as many others, who guarded the ladies of the Caliph's palace, clothed and armed with scimitars, in the same manner as those already mentioned, and the Caliph came after them, betwixt Mesrour, their captain, on his right, and the Vasif, their second officer, on his left hand. Shamselnahar waited for the Caliph at the entry of an alley, accompanied by 20 women, all of surprising beauty, adorned with necklaces and ear-rings of large diamonds, and some of them had their whole heads covered with them. They played upon instruments, and made a charming concert. The favorite no sooner saw the prince appear than she advanced, and prostrated herself at his feet, and while doing this, Prince of Persia, said she within herself, if your sad eyes bear witness to what I do, judge of my hard lot. If I was humbling myself so before you, my heart should feel no reluctance. The Caliph was ravished to see Shamselnahar. Rise, madam, said he to her, come near. I am angry that I should have deprived myself so long of the pleasure of seeing you. Saying this, he took her by the hand, and, after abundance of tender expressions, went and sat down upon a silver throne which Shamselnahar caused to be brought for him, and she sat down upon a seat opposite, and the 20 women made a circle round about them upon other seats, while the young eunuchs, who carried flambeaux, dispersed themselves at a certain distance from each other, that the Caliph might enjoy the cool of the evening the better. When the Caliph sat down, he looked round him, and beheld with satisfaction a great many other lights besides those flambeaux which the young eunuchs held, but taking notice that the saloon was shut, was astonished thereat, and demanded the reason. It was done on purpose to surprise him, for he had no sooner spoken than the windows were at once opened, and he saw it illuminated within and without in a much better manner than ever he had seen it before. Charming Shamselnahar, cried he at this sight, I understand you. You would have me to know there are as fine nights as days. After what I have seen, I cannot disown it. Let us return to the Prince of Persia and Tahir, whom we left in the gallery. Ibn Tahir could not enough admire all he saw. I am not very young, said he, and in my time have seen great entertainments, but I do not think anything can be more surprising and magnificent. All that is said of enchanted palaces does no way come near this prodigious spectacle we now see. Oh, strange! What riches and magnificence together! The Prince of Persia was nothing moved with those objects which were so pleasant to Ibn Thahir, he could look on nothing but Shamselnahar, and the presence of the Caliph threw him into inconceivable grief. Dear Ibn Thahir, said he, would to God I had my mind as free to admire these things as you. But, alas! I am in a quite different condition, all those objects serve only to increase my torment. Can I see the Caliph cheek to cheek with her that I love, and not die of grief? Must such a passionate love as mine be disturbed by so potent a rival? O heavens, how cruel is my destiny! It is but a moment since I esteemed myself the most fortunate lover in the world, and at this instant I feel my heart so struck that it is like to kill me. I cannot resist it, my dear Ibn Thahir, my patience is at an end, my distemper overwhelms me, and my courage fails. While speaking, he saw something pass in the garden, which obliged him to keep silence and to turn all his attention that way. The Caliph had ordered one of the women, who was near him, to play on her lute, and she began to sing. The words that she sung were very passionate, and the Caliph was persuaded that she sung thus by order of Shamselnahar, who had frequently entertained him with the like testimonies of her affection, therefore he interpreted all in his own favor. But this was not now Shamselnahar's meaning, she applied it to her dear Ali ibn Bakar, and was so sensibly touched with grief, to have before her an object whose presence she could no longer enjoy, that she fainted and fell backwards upon her seat, which having no arms to support her, she must have fallen down, had not some of the women helped her in time, who took her up, and carried her into the saloon. Ibn Thahir, who was in the gallery, being surprised at this accident, turned towards the Prince of Persia, but, instead of seeing him stand and look through the window as before, he was extremely amazed to see him fall down at his feet, and without motion. He judged it to proceed from the violence of his love to Shamselnahar, and admired the strange effect of sympathy which threw him into great fear, because of the place in which they were. In the meantime he did all he could to recover the prince, but in vain. Ibn Thahir was in this perplexity when Shamselnahar's confidant, opening the gallery door, came in out of breath, as one who knew not where she was. Come speedily, cried she, that I may let you out. All is confusion here, and I fear this will be the last of our days. Ah! How would you have us go? Replied Ibn Thahir, with a mournful voice. Come near, I pray you, and see in what condition the Prince of Persia is. When the slave saw him in a swoon, she ran for water in all haste, and returned in an instant. At last the Prince of Persia, after they had thrown water on his face, recovered his spirits. Prince, said Ibn Thahir to him, we run the risk of being destroyed, if we stay here any longer, let us therefore endeavor to save our lives. He was so feeble that he could not rise unassisted. Ibn Thahir and the confidant lent him their hands, and supported him on each side. They came to a little iron gate which opened towards the Tigris, went out at it, and got to the side of a little canal communicating with the river. The confidant clapped her hands, and immediately a little boat appeared, which came towards them with one rower. Ali ibn Bakr and his comrade went aboard, and the trusty slave stayed at the side of the canal. As soon as the prince sat down in the boat, he stretched out one hand towards the palace and laid the other upon his heart. "Dear object of my soul," cried he with a feeble voice, "receive my faith with this hand, while I assure you with the other, that for you my heart shall forever preserve the fire with which it burns." In the meantime the boatman rowed with all his might, and Shamselnahar's trusty slave accompanied the Prince of Persia and Ebu Thahir, walking along the side of the canal, until they came to the Tigris, and when she could go no further, she took farewell of them, and returned. The Prince of Persia continued very feeble. Ibn Thahir comforted him, and exhorted him to take courage. "Consider," said he, "that when we are landed, we have a great way to go before we come to my house, and I would not at this hour, and in this condition, advise you home to your lodgings, which are a great way further off than mine." At length they got out of the boat, but the prince was so weak that he could not walk, which put Ibn Thahir into great perplexity. He remembered he had a friend in the neighborhood, and carried the prince thither with great difficulty. His friends received them very cheerfully, and, when he made them sit down, asked where they had been so late. Ibn Thahir answered him, "I was this evening with a man who owed me a considerable sum of money, and designed to go a long voyage. I was unwilling to lose time to find him, and by the way I met with this young nobleman whom you see, and to whom I am under 1,000 obligations, for, knowing my debtor, he would needs do me the favor of going along with me. We had a great deal of trouble to bring the man to reason, besides, we went out of the way, and that is the reason we are so late in our return home. This good lord, for whom I have all possible respect, was attacked by a sudden distemper, which made me take the liberty of calling at your house, flattering myself that you would be pleased to give us quarters for this night." Ibn Thahir's friend, who believed all this, told them they were welcome, and offered the Prince of Persia, whom he knew not, all the assistance he could desire, but Ibn Thahir spoke for the prince, and said, that his distemper was of a nature that required nothing but rest. His friend understood by this that they desired to go to bed, on which he conducted them to an apartment, where he left them. Though the Prince of Persia slept, he had troublesome dreams, which represented Shamselnahar in a swoon at the Caliph's feet, and increased his affliction. Ibn Thahir was very impatient to be at home, and doubted not but his family were in great trouble, because he never used to lie abroad. He rose and departed early in the morning, after taking leave of his friend, who rose at break of day to say his prayers. At last he came home, and the Prince of Persia, who had walked so far with much trouble, lay down upon a sofa, as weary as if he had traveled a long journey. Not being in a condition to go home, Ibn Thahir ordered a chamber to be got ready for him, and sent to acquaint his friends with his condition, and where he was. In the meantime he begged him to compose himself, to command in his house, and order things as he pleased. I thank you heartily for these obliging offers, said the Prince of Persia, but, that I may not be any way troublesome to you, I conjure you to deal with me as if I were not at your house. I would not stay one moment, if I thought my presence would incommode you in the least. As soon as Ibn Thahir had time to recollect himself, he told his family all that had passed at Shemselnahar's palace, and concluded by thanking God, who had delivered him from the danger he was in. The Prince of Persia's principal domestics came to receive his orders at Ibn Thahir's house, and in a little time, several of his friends who had notice of his indisposition arrived. Those friends passed the greater part of the day with him, and, though their conversation could not dissipate those sad ideas which were the cause of his trouble, yet it gave him some relief. He would have taken his leave of Ibn Thahir towards the evening, but this faithful friend found him still so weak that he obliged him to stay till next day, and in the meantime, to divert him, gave him a concert of vocal and instrumental music in the evening, but this concert served only to put him in mind of the preceding night, and renewed his trouble, instead of assuaging it, so that next day his distemper seemed to increase. Upon this, Ibn Thahir did not oppose his going home, but took care to accompany him thither, and, when alone with him in his chamber, he represented to him all those arguments which might influence him to a generous endeavor to overcome that passion, which in the end would neither prove lucky to himself nor to the favorite. Ah, dear Ibn Thahir! Cried the prince, how easy is it for you to give this advice, but how hard is it for me to follow it. I am sensible of its importance, but am not able to profit by it. I have said already, that I shall carry with me to the grave the love that I bear to Shemselnahar. When Ibn Thahir saw that lie could not prevail on the prince, he took his leave of him and would have retired. The Prince of Persia detained him, and said, kind Ibn Thahir, since I have declared to you that it is not in my power to follow your wise counsels, I beg you will not charge it on me as a crime, nor forbear to give me the usual testimonies of your friendship. You cannot do me a greater favor than to inform me of the destiny of my dear Shemselnahar, when you hear any news of it. The uncertainty I am in concerning her fate, and the apprehensions which her fainting occasioned me, keep me in this languishing condition you reproach me with. My lord, answered Ibn Thahir, you have reason to hope that her fainting was not attended with any serious consequences. Her confidant will soon come and inform me of the issue, and as soon as I know the particulars, I shall not fail to impart them. Ibn Thahir left the prince in this hope, and returned home where he expected Shemselnahar's confidant all day, but in vain, nor did she come next day. His uneasiness to know the state of the Prince of Persia's health would not suffer him to stay any longer. Without seeing him, he went to his lodgings to exhort him to patience, and found him lying in bed as sick as ever, surrounded by many of his friends, and several physicians, who used all their art to discover the cause of his distemper. As soon as he saw Ibn Thahir, he looked upon him smiling, to signify that he had two things to tell him, the one, that he was glad to see him. The other, how much the physicians, who could not discover the cause of his distemper, were mistaken in their reasonings. His friends and physicians retired one after another, so that Ibn Thahir, being alone with him, came near his bed, to ask how he did since he saw him. "I must tell you," answered the prince, "that my passion, which continually gathers new strength, and the uncertainty of the lovely Shemselnahar's destiny, augment my distemper every moment, and throw me into such a condition as afflicts my kindred and friends, and breaks the measures of my physicians, who do not understand it. You cannot think," added he, "how much I suffer to see so many importunate people about me, and whom I cannot in civility put away. It is your company alone that is comfortable to me, but, in a word, I conjure you not to dissemble with me. What news do you bring of Shemselnahar? Have you seen her confident? What said she to you?" Ibn Thahir answered, that he had not yet seen her, and no sooner had he told the Prince of Persia this sad news, than tears came from his eyes, and his heart was so oppressed that he could not answer him one word. "Prince," added Ibn Thahir, "suffer me to tell you, that you are very ingenious in tormenting yourself. In the name of God, wipe away your tears. If any of your people should come in just now, they would discover you by this, notwithstanding the care you ought to take to conceal your thoughts." Whatever this judicious confidant could say, it was impossible for the prince to refrain from weeping. "Wise Ibn Thahir," said he, when he had recovered his speech, "I may well hinder my tongue from revealing the secrets of my heart, but I have no power over my tears upon such a direful subject as Shemselnahar's danger. If that adorable and only object of my desires be no longer in the world, I shall not be one moment after reject so afflicting an idea." Replied Ibn Thahir, "Shemselnahar is yet alive, you need not doubt the certainty of it. If you have heard nothing of her, it is because she could find no occasion to send to you, and I hope you will hear from her today." To this he added several other comfortable things, and then retired. Ibn Thahir was scarcely at his own house, when Shemselnahar's confidant arrived with a melancholy countenance, which he reckoned a bad omen. He asked concerning her mistress. "Tell me yours first," said the confidant, "for I was in great trouble to see the Prince of Persia go away in that condition." Ibn Thahir told her all that she desired to know, and when he had done, the slave began her discourse. "If the Prince of Persia," said she, "has suffered, and does still suffer, for my mistress, she suffers no less for him. After I departed from you," continued she, "I returned to the saloon, where I found Shemselnahar not yet recovered from her swoon, notwithstanding all the help they endeavored to give her. The Caliph was sitting near her with all the signs of real grief. He asked the women, and me in particular, if we knew the cause of her distemper, but we all kept secret, and told him we were altogether ignorant of it. In the meantime, we wept to see her suffer so long, and forgot nothing that might any ways help her. In a word, it was almost midnight before she recovered. The Caliph, who had the patience to wait, was truly glad at her recovery, and asked Shemselnahar the cause of her distemper. As soon as she heard him speak, she endeavored to resume her seat, and, after she had kissed his feet before he could hinder her, "Sir," said she, "I have reason to complain of heaven, that it did not allow me to expire at your Majesty's feet, to testify thereby how sensible I am of your favors. I am persuaded you love me, said the Caliph to her, and I command you to preserve yourself for my sake. You have probably exceeded in something today, which has occasioned this indisposition. Take heed, I pray you, abstain from it for the future. I am glad to see you better, and I advise you to stay here tonight, and not to return to your chamber, lest the motion disturb you. Upon this he commanded a little wine to be brought her, in order to strengthen her, and then taking his leave returned to his apartment. As soon as the Caliph was gone, my mistress gave me a sign to come near her. She asked me earnestly concerning you. I assured her that you had been gone a long time, which made her easy as to that matter. I took care not to speak of the Prince of Persia's fainting, lest it should make her fall into the same condition from which we had so much trouble to recover her. My precautions were all in vain, as you shall hear. Prince, said she, I henceforth renounce all pleasure as long as I am deprived of a sight of you. If I have understood your heart right, I only follow your example. Thou wilt not cease to weep until thou seest me again. It is but just, then, that I weep and mourn till I see you. At these words, which she uttered in such a manner as expressed the violence of her passion, she fainted in my arms a second time. My comrades and I, said she, were long in recovering her. At last she came to herself, and then I said to her, Madam, are you resolved to kill yourself, and to make us also die with you? I beg of you to be persuaded, in the name of the Prince of Persia, for whom it is your interest to live, to save yourself, as you love yourself, as you love the Prince, and for our sakes, who are so faithful to you. I am very much obliged to you, replied she, for your care, zeal, and advice, but alas, these are useless to me. You are not to flatter us with hopes, for we can expect no end of our torment but in the grave. One of my companions would have diverted those sad ideas by playing on her lute, but she commanded her to be silent, and ordered all of them to retire, except me, whom she kept all night with her. Oh heavens! What a night was it! She passed it in tears and groans, always naming the Prince of Persia, lamented her lot, which had destined her to the Caliph, whom she could not love, and not to him she loved so dearly. Next morning, because she was not commodiously lodged in the saloon, I helped her to her chamber, where she no sooner arrived than all the physicians of the palace came to see her by order of the Caliph, who was not long in coming himself. The medicines which the physicians prescribed for Shemselnahar were to no purpose, because they were ignorant of the cause of her distemper, and the presence of the Caliph augmented it. She got a little rest, however, this night, and as soon as she awoke, she charged me to come to you to hear concerning the Prince of Persia. I have already informed you of his case, said Ibn to her. So return to your mistress, and assure her that the Prince of Persia waits to hear from her with the like impatience that she does from him. Besides, exhort her to moderation, and to overcome herself, lest she drop some words before the Caliph, which may prove fatal to us all. As for me, replied the confident, I confess I dread her transport. I have taken the liberty to tell her my mind, and am persuaded that she will not take it ill that I tell her this from you. Ebn to her, who had but just come from the Prince of Persia's lodgings, thought it not convenient to return so soon, and neglect his own important affairs, and therefore went not till the evening. The prince was alone, and no better than in the morning. Ibn Thahir, said he, you have doubtless many friends. But they do not know your worth, which you discover to me by the zeal, care, and trouble you give yourself to oblige me in my condition. I am confounded with all that you do for me with so great affection, and I know not how I shall be able to express my gratitude. Prince, answered Ibn Thahir, do not speak so, I entreat you, I am ready not only to give one of my own eyes to save one of yours, but to sacrifice my life for you. But this is not the present business. I come to tell you that Shamselnahar sent her confident to ask me about you, and at the same time to inform me of her condition. You may assure yourself that I said nothing but what might confirm the excess of your passion for her mistress, and the constancy with which you love her. Then Ibn Thahir gave him a particular account of all that had passed betwixt the trusty slave and him. The prince listened with awe. The different emotions of fear, jealousy, affection, and compassion, with which this discourse could inspire him, making upon everything which he heard, all the afflicting or comforting reflections that so passionate a lover was capable of. Their conversation continued so long, that the night was far advanced, so that the Prince of Persia obliged Ibn Thahir to stay with him. Next morning, as this trusty friend was returning home, there came to him a woman, whom he knew to be Shamselnahar's confidant, who eagerly addressed him thus, my mistress salutes you, and I am come to entreat you, in her home, to deliver this letter to the Prince of Persia. The zealous Ibn Thahir took the letter, and returned to the prince, accompanied by the confidant. When Ibn Thahir entered the Prince of Persia's house with Shamselnahar's confidant, he prayed her to stay one moment in the drawing room. As soon as the Prince of Persia saw him, he earnestly asked what news he had. The best you can expect, answered Ibn Thahir. You are as dearly beloved as you love. Shamselnahar's confidant is in your drawing room. She has brought you a letter from her mistress, and waits for your orders to come in. Let her come in, cried the prince, with a transport of joy, and, speaking thus, sat down to receive her. The prince's attendants retired as soon as they saw Ibn Thahir, and left him alone with their master. Ibn Thahir went and opened the door, and brought in the confidant. The prince knew her, and received her very civilly. My lord, said she to him, I am sensible of the afflictions you have endured since I had the honor to conduct you to the boat which waited to bring you back. But I hope this letter I have brought will contribute to your cure. Upon this, she presented him the letter. He took it, and, after kissing it several times, opened it, and read as follows. Letter from Shamselnahar to Ali ibn Bakr, Prince of Persia. The person who carries this letter will give you a better account concerning me than I can do, for I have not been myself since I saw you. Deprived of your presence, I sought to divert myself by entertaining you with these ill-written lines, as if I had the good fortune to speak to you. It is said that patience is a cure for all distempers, but it sours mine instead of sweetening it. Although your picture be deeply engraven in my heart, my eyes desire constantly to see the original, and their sight will vanish if they are much longer deprived of that pleasure. May I flatter myself that yours have the same impatience to see me. Yes, I can, their tender glances discovered it to me. How happy, Prince, should you and Shamselnahar both be, if our agreeable desires were not crossed by invincible obstacles, which afflict me as sensibly as they do you. Those thoughts which my fingers write, and which I express with incredible pleasure, and repeat again and again, speak from the bottom of my heart, and from the incurable wound which you have made in it, a wound which I bless 1,000 times. Notwithstanding the cruel torments I endure for your absence, I would reckon all that opposes our love nothing, were I only allowed to see you sometimes with freedom. I would then enjoy you, and what more could I desire? Do not imagine that I say more than I think. Alas! Whatever expressions I am able to use, I am sensible that I think more than I can tell you. My eyes, which are continually watching and weeping for your return, my afflicted heart, which desires nothing but you alone, the sighs that escape me as often as I think on you, that is, every moment, my imagination, which represents no other object than my dear Prince, the complaints that I make to heaven for the rigor of my destiny, in a word, my grief, my trouble, my torments, which give me no ease ever since I lost the sight of you, are witnesses of what I write. Am not I unhappy to be born to love without hope of enjoying him whom I love? This doleful thought oppresses me so much, that I should die, were I not persuaded that you love me, but this sweet comfort balances my despair, and preserves my life. Tell me that you love me always. I will keep your letter carefully, and read it 1,000 times a day. I will endure my afflictions with less impatience. I pray heaven may cease to be angry at us, and grant us an opportunity to say that we love one another without fear, and that we may never cease to love. Adieu. I salute Ibn Tahir, who has so much obliged us. The Prince of Persia was not satisfied to read the letter once. He thought he had read it with too little attention, and therefore read it again with more leisure, and as he read, sometimes he uttered sighs, sometimes he wept, and sometimes he discovered transports of joy and affection, as one who was touched with what he read. In a word, he could not keep his eyes off those characters drawn by so lovely a hand, and therefore began to read it a third time. Then Ibn Tahir told him that the confidant could not stay, and he ought to think of giving an answer. Alas! Cried the prince, how would you have me answer so kind a letter? In what terms shall I express the trouble that I am in? My spirit is tossed with 1,000 tormenting things, and my thoughts destroy one another the same moment they are conceived, to make way for more, and so long as my body suffers by the impressions of my mind, how shall I be able to hold paper or a reed? Footnote: the Arabians, Persians, and Turks, when they write, hold the paper ordinarily upon their knees with their left hands, and write with their right, with a little reed or cane cut. Like our pens, this cane is hollow, and resembles our reeds, but is harder to write. Having spoken thus, he took out of a little desk paper, cane, and ink. The Prince of Persia, before he began to write, gave Shamselnahar's letter to Ibn Tahir, and prayed him to hold it open while he wrote, that by casting his eyes upon it, he might see the better what to answer. He began to write, but the tears that fell from his eyes upon the paper obliged him several times to stop, that they might trickle down the more freely. At last he finished his letter, and giving it to Ibn Thahir, read it. I pray, said he, do me the favor to see if the disorder of my mind has allowed me to give a reasonable answer. Ibn Thahir took it and read as follows. The Prince of Persia's answer to Shamselnahar's letter. I was swallowed up with mortal grief before I received your letter, at the sight of which I was transported with unspeakable joy, and the view of the characters written by your lovely hand enlightened my eyes more sensibly than they were darkened when yours were closed on a sudden at the feet of my rival. Those words which your courteous letter contains, are so many rays of light, which have dispelled the darkness with which my soul was obscured. They show me how much you suffer by your love to me, and that you are not ignorant of what I endure for you, and thereby comfort me in my afflictions. On the one hand, they make me shed tears in abundance, and, on the other, they inflame my heart with a fire which supports it, and hinders my dying of grief. I have not had one moment's rest since our cruel separation. Your letter only gave me some ease. I kept a sorrowful silence till the moment I received it, and then it restored me to speech. I was buried in a profound melancholy, but it inspired me with joy, which immediately appeared in my eyes and countenance. But my surprise at receiving a favor which I had not deserved was so great, that I knew not which way to begin to testify my thankfulness for it. In a word, after having kissed it as a valuable pledge of your goodness, I read it over, and was confounded at the excess of my good fortune. You would have me to signify to you that I always love you. Ah! Though I did not love you so perfectly as I do, I could not forbear adoring you, after all the marks you have given me of a love so uncommon. Yes, I love you, my dear soul, and shall account it my glory to burn all my days with that sweet fire you have kindled in my heart. I will never complain of the brisk ardor with which I find it consumes me, and how rigorous soever the grief be which I suffer, I will bear it courageously, in hopes to see you some time or other. Would to heaven it were today, and that, instead of sending you my letter, I might be allowed to come and assure you that I die for love of you. My tears hinder me from saying any more. Adieu. Ibn Thahir could not read these last lines without weeping. He returned the letter to the Prince of Persia, and assured him it wanted no correction. The prince shut it, and when he had sealed it, desired the trusty slave to come near, and told her, This is my answer to your dear mistress, I conjure you to carry it to her, and to salute her in my name. The slave took the letter, and retired with Ibn Thahir. After Ibn Thahir had walked some way with the slave, he left her, went to his house, and began to think in earnest upon the amorous intrigue in which he found himself unhappily engaged. He considered that the Prince of Persia and Shamselnahar, notwithstanding their interest to conceal their correspondence, managed with so little discretion, that it could not be long a secret. He drew all the consequences from it which a man of good sense ought to do. Were Shamselnahar, said he to himself, an ordinary lady, I would contribute all in my power to make her and her sweetheart happy, but she is the Caliph's favorite, and no man can without danger undertake to displease him. His anger will fall at first upon Shamselnahar, it will cost the Prince of Persia his life, and I shall be embarked in his misfortune. In the meantime, I have my honor, my quiet, my family, and my estate to preserve. I must then, while I can, deliver myself out of so great a danger. He was taken up with these thoughts all the day. Next morning he went to the Prince of Persia, with a design to use his utmost endeavors to oblige him to conquer his passion. He actually represented to him what he had formerly done in vain, that it would be much better to make use of all his courage to overcome his inclinations for Shamselnahar, than to suffer himself to be conquered by it, and that his passion was so much the more dangerous, as his rival was the more potent. In a word, sir, added he, if you will hearken to me, you ought to think of nothing but to triumph over your amour, otherwise you run a risk of destroying yourself, with Shamselnahar, whose life ought to be dearer to you than your own. I give you this counsel as a friend, for which you will thank me some time or other. The prince heard Ibn Thahir with a great deal of impatience, but suffered him, however, to speak out his mind, and then replied to him thus, Ibn Thahir, said he, do you think I can forbear to love Shamselnahar, who loves me so tenderly? She is not afraid to expose her life for me, and would you have me to regard mine? No. Whatever misfortune befall me, I will love Shamselnahar to my last breath. Ibn Thahir, being offended at the obstinacy of the Prince of Persia, left him hastily, and, going to his own house, recalled to mind what he thought on the other day, and began to think in earnest what he should do. At the same time a jeweler, one of his intimate friends, came to see him. This jeweler had perceived that Shamselnahar's confidant came oftener to Ibn Thahir than usual, and that he was constantly with the Prince of Persia, whose sickness was known to every one, though not the cause of it. The jeweler began to be suspicious, and finding Ibn Thahir very pensive, judged presently that he was perplexed with some important affair, and fancying that he knew the cause, he asked what Shamselnahar's confidant wanted with him. Ibn Thahir, being struck with this question, dissembled, and told him that it was a mere trifle that brought her so frequently to him. You do not tell me the truth, said the jeweler, and give me ground to think, by your dissimulation, that this trifle is an affair of more importance than at first I thought. Ibn Thahir, perceiving that his friend pressed him so much, said to him, it is true that it is an affair of the greatest consequence. I had resolved to keep it secret, but since I know how much you are my friend, I choose rather to make you my confidant, than to suffer you to be in a mistake about it. I do not recommend it to you to keep the secret, for you will easily judge, by what I am going to tell you, how important it is to keep it. After this preamble, he told him the amour between Shamselnahar and the Prince of Persia. You know, continued he, in what esteem I am at court, in the city, and with lords and ladies of the greatest quality. What a disgrace would it be for me, should this rash intrigue come to be discovered. But what do I say? Should not I and my family be quite destroyed? That is the thing perplexes my mind. But I have just now come to such a resolution as I ought to make. I will go immediately and satisfy my creditors, and recover my debts. When I have secured my estate, I will retire to Balsora, and stay till the tempest I foresee blows over. The friendship I have for Shemselnahar and the Prince of Persia makes me very sensible to what danger they are exposed. I pray heaven to discover it to themselves, and to preserve them, but if their ill destiny will have their amours come to the knowledge of the Caliph, I shall at least be out of the reach of his resentment, for I do not think them so wicked as to design to draw me into their misfortunes. It would be extreme ingratitude in them to do so, and a sorry reward for the good service I have done them, particularly to the Prince of Persia, who may save himself and his mistress from this precipice. If he pleases, he may as easily leave Baghdad as I. Absence would insensibly disengage him from a passion which will only increase whilst he continues in this place. The jeweler was extremely surprised at what Ibn Thahir told him. What you say to me, said he, is of so great importance, that I cannot understand how Shemselnahar and the prince have been capable of abandoning themselves to such a violent amour. What inclinations soever they may have for one another, instead of yielding to it, they ought to resist it, and make a better use of their reason. Is it possible they can be insensible of the dangerous consequences of their correspondence? How deplorable is their blindness! I perceive all the consequences of it as well as you, but you are wise and prudent, and I approve your resolution. That is the only way to deliver yourself from the fatal events which you have reason to fear. The jeweler then rose, and took his leave of Ibn Thahir. Before the jeweler retired, Ibn Thahir conjured him, by the friendship betwixt them, to speak nothing of this to any person. Be not afraid, said the jeweler, I will keep this secret on peril of my life. 2 days after, the jeweler went to Ibn Thahir's shop, and seeing it shut, doubted not that he had executed the design he had spoken of, but, to be certain, he asked a neighbor if he knew why it was shut. The neighbor answered, that he knew not. Unless Ibn Thahir was gone a journey, there was no need of his inquiring further, and immediately he thought upon the Prince of Persia. Unhappy prince, said he to himself, what grief will you suffer when you hear this news? By what means will you now carry on your correspondence with Shemselnahar? I fear you will die of despair. I have compassion on you, I must make up the loss that you have of a too timid confidant. The business that obliged him to come abroad was of no consequence, so that he neglected it, and though he did not know the Prince of Persia, but only by having sold him some jewels, he went straight to his house, addressed himself to one of his servants, and prayed him to tell his master that he desired to speak with him about business of very great importance. The servant returned immediately to the jeweler, and introduced him to the chamber of the prince, who was leaning on a sofa, with his head upon a cushion. As soon as the prince saw him, he rose to receive him, said he was welcome, entreated him to sit down, and asked if he could serve him in anything, or if he came to tell him any matter concerning himself. Prince, answered the jeweler, though I have not the honor to be particularly acquainted with you, yet the desire of testifying my zeal has made me take the liberty to come to your house, to impart to you some news that concerns you. I hope you will pardon my boldness, because of my good intention. After this introduction, the jeweler entered upon the matter, and pursued it thus: Prince, I shall have the honor to tell you that it is a long time since the conformity of humor, and several affairs we had together, united Ibn Thahir and myself in strict friendship. I know you are acquainted with him, and that he has been employed in obliging you in all that he could. I am informed of this from himself, for he keeps nothing secret from me, nor I from him. I went just now to his shop, and was surprised to find it shut. I addressed myself to one of his neighbors, to ask the reason. He answered me, that 2 days ago, Ibn Thader took his leave of him and other neighbors, offering them his service at Balsora, whither he was gone, he said, about an affair of great importance. Not being satisfied with this answer, the concern that I have for whatever belongs to him determined me to come and ask you if you knew anything particularly concerning his sudden departure. At this discourse, which the jeweler accommodated to the subject, that he might come the better to his design, the Prince of Persia changed color, and looked so as made the jeweler sensible that he was afflicted with the news. I am surprised at what you inform me, said he. There could not befall me a greater misfortune. Ah, said he, with tears in his eyes, I am undone if what you tell me be true. Has Ibn Thahir, who was all my comfort, and in whom I put all my confidence, left me? I cannot think of living after so cruel a blow. The jeweler needed no more to convince him fully of the Prince of Persia's violent passion, which Ibn Thahir had told him. Mere friendship would not let him speak so, nothing but love could produce such feeling expressions. The prince continued some moments swallowed up with these melancholy thoughts. At last he lifted up his head, and calling one of his servants, Go, said he, to Ibn Timber's house, and ask any of his domestics if he be gone to Balsora. Run and come back quickly, and tell me what you hear. While the servant was gone, the jeweler endeavored to entertain the Prince of Persia with indifferent subjects, but the prince gave little heed to him, for he was a prey to fatal grief. Sometimes he could not persuade himself that Ibn Thahir was gone, at other times he did not doubt the truth of it, when he reflected upon the discourse he had the last time he saw him, and the angry countenance with which he left him. At last the prince's servant returned, and reported that he had spoken to one of Ibn Thahir's servants, who assured him that he was gone 2 days before to Balsora. As I came from Ibn Thahir's house, added the servant, a slave well arrayed came to me, and asking if I had the honor to belong to you, she told me she wanted to speak with you, begging, at the same time, that she might come along with me. She is now in the house, and I believe has a letter to give you from some person of note. The prince commanded him to bring her in immediately. He doubted not but it was Shamselnahar's confident slave, as indeed it was. The jeweler knew who she was, having seen her several times at Ibn Thahir's house. She could not have come at a better time to hinder the prince from despair. She saluted him, and the Prince of Persia did likewise salute Shamselnahar's confidant. The jeweler rose as soon as he saw her appear, and stepped aside, to leave them at liberty to speak together. The confidant, after conversing some time with the prince, took leave, and departed. She left him quite another thing than before, his eyes appeared brighter, and his countenance more gay, which made the jeweler know that the good slave came to tell him some news that favored his amour. The jeweler, having taken his place again near the prince, said to him, smiling, "I see, prince, you have important affairs at the Caliph's palace." The Prince of Persia was astonished and alarmed at this discourse, and answered the jeweler, "Why do you judge that I have affairs at the Caliph's palace?" "I judge," replied the jeweler, "by the slave that is gone forth." "To whom, think you, belongs this slave?" said the prince. "To Shemselnahar, the Caliph's favorite," answered the jeweler. "I know," continued he, "both the slave and her mistress, who have several times done me the honor to come to my house, and buy jewels. Besides, I know that Shemselnahar keeps nothing secret from this slave, and I have seen her go and come for several days along the streets, very much troubled, which made me imagine that it was upon some affair of consequence concerning her mistress." The jeweler's words did much trouble